welcome back to Nintagious. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody had a nice week. Looking forward to a good weekend, all that good stuff. My hair's a goddamn mess. I'm a zombie. I slept pretty well. I don't feel like recharged at all. You know what I mean? I feel like I didn't sleep. I'm just exhausted. So I think we're just gonna jump on in and we're just gonna start playing after I try to get my hair to be not terrible, which I guess that's already better a little bit. Not fully, but at least it's not doing Animal Crossing villager shits. So we're gonna try tournament again tonight. It's the same tournament, so you guys should have access to it, no problem. Although it's been a couple weeks, so if anybody needs it, I can definitely get it posted. With one major difference, and that's that shuffling was turned back off. And we're just trying something really quick, because Riley had a theory that since we were juggling so many different tournaments last time, which was several weeks ago, right? That when we thought we had the problem with when we did set the tournament to no shuffle, and we thought it was still splitting us up into different rooms. Riley's theory is that some people might have been joining the wrong tournament, which is possible because I think I had 3 of them active at one point. So we're going to give it another shot and see what happens. If anybody joins and it does put you into a room on your own, please let me know. I'll probably bring it up throughout the night. We'll probably just pivot back to public lobbies after that. I'm starting to weigh all of the downsides to the different modes. The downside to public lobbies is that we have the risk of seeing mirror mode and 200cc, which I don't necessarily like to inflict on people. That's not the word I want to use, but my mind is blank. The tournament downside is the shuffling, unless there is a way to fix that, as well as I don't really love the fact that people can just kind of join the tournament without, like, it'd be very easy for people to join the stream, get the tournament code, and then leave. Has that happened yet? No. It happened once, but the person didn't leave at least. But they did, like, join before I was like, oh, hey, do you need the tournament code? Which is kinda not sure how I feel about that. And, private lobbies, I don't really, I don't like private lobbies very much. You get to choose whatever course you want and everything. I think that has too much potential to be a, I'm gonna fuck with the streamer kind of mode. So what it comes down to is I think the least objectionable of the issues is probably 200cc. As much as I don't want to make people deal with 200cc, I feel like that might actually be the best choice. How did that hit Riley and not me? Shenanigans. I definitely feel out of practice. You might have noticed on that first lap I took a bunch of turns very poorly. I don't think I've played this since we played it on stream last, which again I think was like 3 weeks ago. Well, that was dumb. I shouldn't have hucked that. Yeah, I think we just had a bunch of different things going on there for a while. I think one Friday I just took off. I might be wrong on that. Didn't I go see Sonic on a Friday? Another downside with tournaments and private lobbies is you get AI in the room, which means AI gets to do their bullshit with cheating, with item cheating. So that also sucks. So then you see shit like that where you get hit by a lightning bolt and a blue shell at the same goddamn time. But anyway. Riley, how you doing? JMT, how you doing? Anyone else who might be floating around? I guess Yoshi Valley is fine. I'm so tired. Holy shit. I'll snap out of it, I'm sure. I'm not gonna lie, like, it's one of those things where if I didn't specifically schedule streams, and we weren't in a position of, oh, we do multiplayer on Fridays, I may have taken tonight off, because that's just how exhausted I am. But it's been a while since we played Mario Kart, and I really wanted to, so... And I didn't want to start any later. I think that might be one of the biggest frustrations when it comes to YouTube and streaming anymore, is that, hey, look, I did it. I put any more at the end of the sentence aimlessly. There you go, Twain. I think, like, if I could get away with it, I would probably start streaming at, like, midnight. But that just wouldn't work. Thanks, Riley. I forgot JMT was with us. I just saw Yoshi and let go. And was like, fire, fire, fire. But yeah, if I could get away with it, I'd probably start streaming a lot later than I do. But I just don't think that works on YouTube for whatever reason. It's really weird. I was just recording an episode of something last night, and I was talking about it a little bit. 'Cause something that's nice about video content is that I can just record whenever I feel like it. So my energy levels are probably overall better when I'm recording, because I'm waiting to have the energy to do it. But it's very strange that with YouTube, like, you'd think that starting so late, I'd get a lot of viewers that are in, like on the West Coast. Because it's not that late for them right now, right? It's like 6 o'clock. Their nights are only just getting started. So it's kind of like, where are they at? You know what I mean? Or, like, overseas viewers, which I get none of. I kind of don't understand how YouTube exposure works there. Did they just not show my stream to people in those regions, in those time zones? Might be a better way of putting it. They're just like, nah, you're an East Coast streamer. We're only going to show you the East Coast watchers. That's very impractical. Anyway. That makes... Oh god, what have you done? It makes it very... Despite the fact that I've got no energy and would have liked to wait like an hour before I started streaming. Kinda don't have that choice. It's very much a now or never kind of thing. What the fuck, baby Daisy? The AI actually came in hard at the end there. It's so strange that the AI, like, doesn't play until the last lap. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh shit. Right, the aim of this is to win. Mute City. Theo, how's it going? Guy, how's it going? By the way. But anyway, that has been, something pretty nice about getting back into recorded content, is I can kinda... If I'm feeling fired up, I can just do it, right? If I'm not, I can just look at the backlog and be like, I have like 9 episodes of stuff ready to post. I'm covered until like the end of June at this point, I think, so... It's no pressure. Compared to streaming, that's a bit more constant. There's no, like, stopping. I can't take a break and be like, oh, well, you know, the streams are still happening. So there is a, you might be wondering, well, damn, what the hell have you been recording? Because didn't you just say that you don't have any crit rate episodes ready to go? Correct. Loyal viewer. That is very much correct. I did a couple more episodes of the first 30. I think there's, like, 5 of those ready to go. Wow, I have more than 9 episodes, come to think of it. I have those 5, and then I have, I think, 7 of something else. One of... I mentioned this briefly yesterday. There was a title in the Indie World Showcase that came out that day that I was like, oh man, I want to play this. Like, absolutely, yes, day one purchase. I recorded an episode of the first 30 with it. I rescheduled the episodes of the first 30 to get that out sooner rather than later. And I've been wanting to play so much of it, I just started making it a playthrough. I just continued recording stuff after that. And I already have like 7 episodes of that done. So that's actually going to be the next episode of the first 30 that airs tomorrow. And then the EX episodes are going to start airing on Wednesday. Until I have more crit rate. That was a little uncomfortable. Nice shot, dick. Yeah, you gotta learn to dock your Switch, guy. And you know you can play it while it's docked, and I actually had that problem when I got Switch Sports, because I still had I had my Joy-Cons in the Labo steering wheel from when I was playing this, so they were absolutely drained. And unfortunately, with that game, that's the only fucking controller you can use. Not only that, but you absolutely have to have both controllers on, even if you're only using one of them, because Nintendo is stupid. It's one of the things I really dislike about that. If you're gonna play 100% bowling, and only need the right Joy-Con, too bad, you need the left Joy-Con disconnected too. If you have it connected to the Switch, the game just bitches at you and says, why isn't your controller connected? It's really dumb. And I think they need to fix that, like, as soon as possible. It's really stupid. I mean, you could still play it docked while it's charging. I imagine you have TV available more often now, too, since you had that one roommate move out, right? It's a non-dilemma, is what I'm getting at. Well, I didn't know he was right there. I thought the shell was actually coming for me, so... Whoop. I was glancing. I've been attending some classes at the Northern Lion School of Glancing. He has a very bad habit of doing that when he's playing, like, any video game. But he also, I think, correctly considers it to be a good thing. Because, you know, streaming. People come for the interaction. They don't want to just be ignored. If anything, I'm not glancing enough right now. But I'm also fighting for my life to get out of the pack here, so... I would have been a little bit mad if that hit me. I don't know who that's gonna hit, so apologies in advance. I don't think it's gonna matter anyway, though. Mr. Retro, how's it going, by the way? Welcome back. Fuck Excite Bike Arena. Also, Eno in particular, you might need the tournament code, because I don't think you were here last time when we moved to tournaments, were you? If you're planning on hopping in, that is. Might be a poor assumption. It sucks that we, like, don't get to work on our ranks when we're playing this mode, either. And I do wish the AI gave a little bit more of a fight. But you know what? Would I rather they put up more of a fight or just all be Waluigis on Wigglers? I think I'd rather they put up less of a fight, personally. And to remind, I said at the beginning of the stream, but I think like I led with it so early that I don't think anyone was here to actually hear it. We're trying tournaments again because Riley had a theory that when we tried tournaments with shuffling off to keep everybody in the same rooms, that and then when it was still separating us, that it was because those people were actually joining the wrong tournament. So the goal is that we're gonna see if, with only one tournament option, because I deleted the rest of them. God damn, there's no one even close enough for that to even be worth it. It was a giant mistake. Should've just kept going. Oh, I hate this. But anyway, we're going to try it again to see how it pans out. It is the same tournament from last time, so everybody should have it already. If you were here last time, that is. Are you kidding me? Well, we overthrew whoever that AI was somehow. I'm not sure how, but we did it. I actually still have up on the whiteboard in big letters, don't forget to update the tournament. Yes, I did that. I forgot to erase that after the fact. Rainbow Road? I don't have the energy to do it right now. JMT might have just stepped out. Shuffling's off, so it should absolutely not have shuffled him into another room. Like I said, we'll just pivot to public lobbies if we have to, though. Yeah, really? No, I'm typically smart enough to not put something that vague. Don't forget to do the thing. Because I just know how poorly that's gonna go. I think the only reason I would do that is if it was something I was trying to keep secret from somebody else, but I don't really have to worry about that. No one here is that nosy. I don't, like, living here and having the whiteboard there for as long as I have, I don't think I've ever had anybody be like, hey, what's this mean? They just don't pay any attention to it. They realize it's just an expansion of my brain where I need to keep notes. I should have saved that mushroom. Are you kidding me? We need to get more people in here so that AI stops throwing blue shells at us every 2 fucking seconds. It's getting really old. It has to be. Stop giving us shit like Excitebike. It's just a good thing that I know you guys won't pick them. It's like the 3rd time we've seen Excitebike already. I realized, like, so much of it is moderation with me. Like, if Excitebike showed up, like, once a night, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. If Baby Park showed up once a night, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. It's when it shows up too often that I start to get agitated. And with public lobbies in particular, Excitebike gets voted on every single fucking time it shows up. Kind of had this issue with Switch Sports this morning. I played like 15 rounds of bowling. 3 of them were normal bowling rounds. The rest of them were all advanced lanes. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I like the advanced lanes, but when it happens this often, I kind of fucking hate it. I feel like I actually play worse now because I've been having... I spent that many rounds on advanced lanes. Now I can't bowl a normal game for shit. I don't know if it's because my rank is getting too high or what. I'm not that high, though. I think I'm C rank. And even in the lower ranks, when I was, like, doing all... I'm sorry. When I was doing all, like, normal bowling rounds, I was still seeing people in the A ranks, so what are they doing differently? Might have just been an unlucky morning, though, but still. Just got me to realize that, like, I'm totally okay with the variety as long as it's, you know, a variety. Or, you know, context. I think I just plastered Riley with that. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. I should have assumed you guys were behind me and not been that aggressive. I was just being a Caleb there for a second. Like, the Waluigis are similar, right? If somebody picks Waluigi, I'm probably not going to make too much of a fuss unless they're also on a Wiggler, and then I'm probably going to be like, okay, you meta tryhard. Get that shit out of here. I had some heavy Caleb energy in game sharing this morning too. When I posted that my first round of bowling for the night, I won, and I was like, man, why even bother? Yawn. Why even bother posting my victories anymore? Like, is it even impressive anymore? But then I had shit rounds all night, so... Ooh, man. I still have to work on trying to do 200cc single player. Get Gold Mario. Kind of fell off on that. Wow, blue shell. How interesting. A bullet bill? What the fuck? Either the pack is very close together, or you just got a bullet bill in, like, fucking third place? Yeah, sure. God, I wish I ever got a bullet bill and had it be that potent. Usually I get a bullet bill and it's like... I gain 1 position. Bum, bum, bum. I read this thing a couple weeks ago. And I'm gonna start trying to put into practice and see if it works. I guess it was actually like last week. I finally broke down in Google what causes yawning. And a lot of the... I think I only read like 2 articles, but both of them kind of said the same thing about, like, if you're having trouble with yawning too much, just start taking deep breaths. And I was like, well, I sometimes have that problem when I'm streaming, so that might be a pretty good idea to get in the habit of doing. And at the moment, I'm noticing part of that might be because it's starting to get warmer. My allergies are kind of nasty, and I'm a little stuffed up. So that might be part of why I'm, like, not getting enough oxygen, I guess. We'll see if that actually makes a difference, though. Okay. I wish they'd stop publicizing this DLC pack, by the way. Every time they put out a tweet that's like, oh, you can explore the ninja mansion in Ninja Hideaway and dodge Shy Guys in DLC pack 1 available now. And every time they do it, I'm like, yo, new DLC, like, info? Can we start seeing what the next tracks are gonna be? And then they're just like, no, we're still just showing off the previous tracks. And it's like, dude, we have those. Stop. They just did one this morning for, I think, Sky Garden, and I was like, Pog, new tracks? Nope. Oh, it still tries to put you in your own room? That's fucking stupid, dude. That's so poorly made. There's 3 people. There's no reason for that. But I guess we can try to, like, just try to join when we're actually in the lobby and not currently in a race. Maybe spectating just isn't a thing, I guess. Maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe it's just automatically coded to be like, nah, if somebody joins, put them in a lobby, no matter what. Which is just really bad design. I'm kind of amazed that despite this game being so popular, that its online is kind of not great. Like, it's not bad. It's like pretty good, but it could definitely be, it's definitely like 8 years old. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't updated the online in like the lobby systems in like a long time. Yeah, that's garbage. They probably assume that if you're doing a tournament that you're gonna have, like, a lot of people, though. This is probably still the way to do it if we ever wind up with, like, more than 12 people. I'm surprised I missed that. It's just an AI, right? Fuck you. So if it's just going to insist on putting you in your own lobby, I guess we'll pivot to public lobbies. I really don't think private lobbies are the way, to be honest. I think it's... Honestly, there's gonna be like almost like a progression system. If there's like 3 or 4 of us, we should probably just do public lobbies. If we maybe get up to like 8 or 9, then maybe private lobbies are the way. And then if we get like 12 or more, it should be tournaments. Drive on stop. Go away. Fucking ass. I don't think you need to reboot. I think it's just the tournaments are bad. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. It still just amazes me that this game is so popular for online and streaming in general, and yet the online is kind of not great for it. Like, the lobby systems leave a lot to be desired. And the weird thing is you were in here for a while. I don't know why it won't let you back in. Seems really bad. God, that's garbage. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was part of why I took a couple of weeks before I did more multiplayer. Because, like, all of the lobby options having horrific downsides is kind of like... What's the word I'm looking... disappointing, I guess? Not deflating? It makes me not want to stream it, because, like, all of the options have downsides that I don't like. Which sucks, because I like streaming this otherwise, but it's just, it has problems. Like I said, you can tell that the online system, the online lobby system was made like 8 years ago and hasn't been updated. I'd be sorry, but could have kept your distance. I didn't really want it anyway. the fuck out of here. Did I not pick up any of those items? What the fuck? Is it me, or do blue shells only come when I'm in first place? Anyone else notice that? Yeah, in tournaments you can't race on your own. So it will literally just not let you play until somebody else joins, and then they're gonna put that person in your lobby instead of putting them in here. It's all just impractical, so let's get the fuck out of here. God, Nintendo, what the fuck? Like, it's like one of the best-selling games ever. Maybe you should update the online and make it not garbage. It's becoming very obvious to me why I never see streamers running in tournament mode, like, ever. They always use private lobbies, which seems incredibly bad, because I think private lobbies are garbage. But tournaments are garbage too, so I get it. And to be blunt, they probably stay away from worldwide lobbies because the higher your ranking climbs, you inevitably have to deal with 200cc, and probably most people who only stream like this game are probably honestly not good enough to handle 200cc. And that's like incredibly like toxic to say, but whatever. They probably just find it impossible to play worldwide. How is he not getting hit by my bananas? What the fuck? At least we got, like, a god lobby, and they all decided, nah, we're not going Baby Park, except for those two assholes. I guess what I should have done is I should have had, like, Theo or JMT join. Actually, okay, a lot of you probably already joined. I think we should have Theo or JMT join worldwide, and then I'll join off of them. Because then we're not going to be dealing with a bunch of, like, 7,000 rating guys. Everyone in this lobby is really high level. And therefore, we're going to see 200cc, like, fucking constantly. So if one or both of you want to join your own room, I'll join off of you after this. Maybe seems manipulative, but when the online sucks, we gotta do what we gotta do. You've got to be kidding me, dude. Oh, okay, well, he didn't steal it. He tried real hard, but... Yeah, guy's an option, too. I just didn't want to be like, guys, start playing immediately, we need you. I didn't know how much longer you'd be, so... But yeah, I think, like, almost everyone in this room was 5, 6, 7,000, so... That would have been a mistake, I think. I don't think I can see your ratings here, can I? No. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I knew that was a risk when I said to do it, that potentially everybody was going to do it at once. I knew that was a potential risk, for sure. I should have probably just said one person, hey, you go do this. I think we'll join off of Theo's. I think you're all in, like, the 1000s, right? So it should be fine no matter what. We're looking at a difference of, like a couple 100 points. If I had to guess. I think when I started playing this game, I played it a little bit too much, perhaps. Because now my rating is way higher than I want it to be. And Theo's 15. And it's all negligible. I think that's... Any of those are fine. This is going to sound really random, but while I'm spectating, even though it's Excitebike, so it's not going to take long, I need to go get a new bottle of Febreze and nuke my chair really quick. So I'm going to do that while we're spectating. Bottles on me at some point. I realized pretty quickly when I got this chair, since it has like the, I don't know what you call it, it's not all leather like I think my previous chair was. Since it has like some actual fabric to it, and you're sitting in it like, 12 hours a day. You gotta freshen it up every now and then. And that will probably especially be a thing as the weather gets hotter and hotter, because fuck my life. I'm already over summer. I'm like, yeah, could winter come back now, please? And I wouldn't even say it's summer yet. It's probably still just spring, and I'm already like, yo, fuck this. I think it's supposed to rain this weekend, though. That could either make it better, or it will just make it really humid and make it significantly worse. You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change into shorts, because it is hot in here. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that really quick while that's doing its thing. Because I don't know if I'm spectating anyway. That's fine. I don't know, like I said, I'm feeling a little decentivized. I don't know if that's the right word. About, like, continuing to stream this. Just because, like, the online play, like, all of the available online options have downsides that are awful. And I can't really figure out which is the worst. In a perfect world, we'd have so many people that we could just do tournaments. But I also have to be realistic and say just doing tournaments and being like, it sucks now, but it'll suck when we have more people is just like a dumb idea. It's just a dumb thing to do. If anything, maybe it makes me say my I didn't know this path was here. If anything, it makes me say maybe my slight desire to stream some Switch sports is like maybe I should just do that. I don't know how that game's gonna work as far as multiplayer goes though. How many people actually have Switch sports? I know Theo has it and Guy has it. So I don't know if that would be I'm just doing world like global. Hi, kitty. There's probably some bullshit restriction to that too, where you can only do bowling with friends with 4 people or some shit. I still want to do golf, too, but I can definitely see golf maybe fading. It got me to realize that, like, I think when they stopped updating Mario Golf, I think we figured that they were probably going to announce, like, a Strikers or something, and they wanted attention to be on that, which is why they stopped. I don't think Strikers is the case. I think it was because of Switch Sports. I think they realized that they're putting golf in that, and that's like their new live service game. So I think they wanted people to focus on that a little bit more. To be blunt, I'm thinking that once I finish the achievements in Mario Golf, that we're probably going to be done with that. I still have a couple of holes I need to get birdies on, and I still have like half of the roster that I have to get Superstar Clubs for. So that's probably still another couple of streams, to be honest. But I could say, like, let's be, like, overly generous and say that once we're in 2023, we're probably not going to be playing Mario Golf anymore. Unless they announce an expansion by then, but I kind of am not super hopeful about that. It'd be nice. I just don't expect it to be a thing. Ta-da, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. The unfortunate truth is I don't really know what the future of the multiplayer nights has in store. I thought that Mario Kart would have a very long and healthy lifespan on the channel, but I'm just because of the restrictions with the online modes, I'm thinking that's not going to be the case. But I don't know, with the DLCs it probably still will be, because the DLCs will keep us coming back. About to say, Theo, stop. Let me destroy the Yoshi so that we can carry on with our happy lives. It's unfortunate. For what? Switch Sports? How badly do your Joy-Cons drift? Because honestly, mine drift too, and I have not had a problem whatsoever. So you might be okay. I don't think there's enough stuff, like, on the sticks for it to be a problem. But yeah, it depends on how bad your drift is, to be honest. Mine isn't that bad, so I guess maybe they were smart and they had the dead zone be pretty large for Switch Sports, and now they actually work. We actually have a motion control user? You love to see that. That's the real upside of playing with, like, these lower ranks, is, like, we're actually seeing people play as a variety of characters and shit. It's not just Waluigi's all day, every day. I think Riley said the other night that he played a couple rounds online, and he was in a match with, like, 8 Waluigis, and they were all on Wigglers. I was like, dude, that's disgusting. I guess what I would recommend doing is, if you absolutely want to get Switch Sports, I would say to just get it, and then get the Joy-Cons after that if you find out that you really need them. Because I was surprised that mine aren't drifting at all when I play Switch Sports, so they might be fine. So you might as well just give it a shot, is kind of my logic. And then you can always just, if they don't work out, you can just be like, okay, time to go get a new Joy-Con. There is one Waluigi Wiggler asshole, but I can deal with one. When it's just one, he just looks ridiculous. Unless it's a case of you have to go to the store and pick up the game anyway. Like, if you were going to buy the game digitally, you might as well just do that and then determine if you need new Joy-Con. But it also, if it sounds like they're bad enough, you might want them for other games anyway, so... But if you were going to get them just for Switch Sports, I'd say get the game first and then see if it's really necessary. I was trying my hardest not to hit you. Oh, God. And apparently remember to get first-party Joy-Cons, because apparently only first-party ones work with Switch Sports or something like that. Which seems kind of odd. I don't trust third-party controllers at all anyway, so... I think the last console I had third-party controllers for was the N64, and they were terrible. And I think I knew somebody that had some GameCube controllers, and they were also terrible. You've got to be kidding me. Eat it. I liked Ring Fit Adventure a lot. I need to get back into playing it. Although now that it's starting to get hotter, I'm probably not going to do it, because after a 5-minute session, I'm going to be drenched in sweat because of how fucking disgusting it is out right now. But I should do it. I think I want to ease myself back into it with Switch Sports, though, because that'll just get me, like, up on my feet. And I'm so inactive that if I'm just up on my feet for, like, 3 hours, my back starts to hurt like crazy. So I need to work my way through that first, I think. And then probably pivot back to Ring Fit. Jacob, how's it going? Welcome back. I don't remember what stream it was that you tuned in on recently, but... Unless that was another Jacob. I don't think it was, though. I don't know if the controllers back then were Mad Catz controllers. They might have been. I don't think I have the N64 controllers anymore. I think I only have my official ones now. I might be wrong on that, though. They're buried in a box somewhere. That's my bad. I should have saved that. From what I hear, third-party controllers have come quite a long ways, but I'm still just like, I can't shake that stigma, personally. I also have to do, like, everything in my power to stop myself from getting, like, extra controllers. Because, you know, they just announced that fucking Sunbreak Pro controller, and I was like, yo, I want it? Especially because when my first one died, and I needed a new Pro controller, I wanted to get the Rise Pro controller, but I just couldn't find it in stock. So seeing that they were making a new one for Sunbreak, I was like, I kind of want it, but I don't need it. Like... That's unnecessary. It would just sit in a box looking pretty until this one starts to die in maybe another 2 years. Bumble volcano, baby. I forgot about doing the art thing today. I probably should. I will probably try to wait for... Who's missing at the moment? I'll probably try to wait for Volpe and or Scarlet to be here. I think of the 7 people that are on the wheel, those are the 2 that are missing. And Lightgazer, but Lightgazer hasn't been around much lately. That was awful. Should try and play as another character and get myself out of my comfort zone a little bit. You know what? Let's try to do inside drift bikes tonight. I wanted to do that at one point. I never really got around to doing it. And I'm gonna completely... I'm just gonna, like, not gonna lie about this. It might be a little sandbagging, because I feel like at the moment I'm just... big bad 5,000 rank dude in a room of 1,000s. And I'm getting a lot of firsts. I guess it's kind of understandable, because the Joy-Cons aren't great. I don't see any problem with the Pro Controller, though, aside from its D-pad sucks ass, but I tend to believe that most controllers have shit D-pads these days. I think I heard that this current generation of Xbox controller apparently has pretty good D-pads. I might be wrong on that, though. Alright, so I have to remember which bikes are inside drift. That's the problem. And instead of remembering, how about I just go look? There's a smarter idea. That's right, they're not called inside drift bikes. They're called sport bikes. My bad. The Comet, the sport bike, the jet bike, the Yoshi bike, and the master cycle. I think I can remember that. Oh god, what have I done? I don't have chat open, so I do have chat bot open below me, though. Oh my god, what am I doing? Man, remember when this came out and people complained about the art style of the vehicles clashes with the art style of the stage? You know, as an artist, I say this sincerely, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you crazy? You can really tell that the vehicles were ripped from another stage. Can you? I don't think you can. Thanks, Riley. Well, I don't want to go ahead of this guy, because he's going to red shell like crazy. Never mind, he just used them all. He's got a bomb. I have no regrets. That was very cinematic. I loved it. No, not quite like that. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Fuck it, let's do music part. Sorry, I'm trying to set up the wheel for the art thing, like between races. I had it set it up. I had it set up on another scene. I didn't have it set up here though. Kind of forgot about that. Of course, Theo distracted me from actually changing my cart loadout, so I also have to focus on doing that. I didn't realize that was on me for some reason. It took so long to reach me that I thought it was focused on somebody else. That's my bad. Oh god. How did I not get hit? My turn. I didn't want to do that. Sorry, Theo. I assumed that was you. Yo! That steal? I feel like I need to save a video of that one. That was... the red shells and the mushrooms? That was sick. That was sick. I'll never do that again. Sorry, Lena. How's it going, by the way? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. It's been a while. Fuck, let's do Meadows. That's fine. I didn't change my loadout yet. I don't know if I'm gonna have time now. God, there's too many fucking vehicles, dude. We can't have Princess Orange. That's not gonna fly. Twain would not approve. Bring out the Yoshi bike. And now I'm gonna lose every race because I don't know how to do inside drift in this game, but that's okay. That's kind of the idea. It's a good place to start, at least, I guess. Definitely glad that these aren't as, like, completely imbalanced like they were in Mario Kart Wii. Inside Drift was just, like, so stupidly good in Wii. Like, just objectively better than the other bikes. Or any other kart, really. But part of that was the track design. They had a lot of, like, hairpin turns in Wii, which kind of is what caused the problem, I think. I miss being able to do wheelies. Although that was another part of what made them so fucking good, so... What? Oh, that was Eno anyway. I maybe shouldn't have taken that shot. For some reason, I went temporarily cross-eyed or something and thought that name said Io. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a free shot. Also, I find it questionable that red shell just hit me, to be honest. I thought it looked like it was gonna miss, but apparently the hitbox was a little bit larger than I thought it was. I can't complain. I'm really tired for some reason, despite the fact that I slept pretty well. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Only one Coconut Mall? You love to see it. What did I actually give Coconut Mall in the tier list? I don't remember. It wasn't an F tier. I know I wasn't that hard on it, but it was probably like a C? Hog. I gave it a B? What the fuck is wrong with me? I remember there's been a couple of tier list videos where I've, like, tuned in while you guys are watching, and I'm like, dude, what was I thinking? I gave Nargacuga a fucking A rank. Like, what? What was I doing? I think that was Riley. Apologies. Sometimes it just can't be helped. Oh god, I hate it. What? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, I thought I was gonna die. What?! I even steered away from it. Dude, I like the purple me in the shoe. Wait, which villager is Riley? Not that one. It's the one on Scooty, right? I don't think I realized that we had two of them. You son of a bitch. Chaos. I'm not a fan of the inside grip in this game, to be honest. I'll try to get it under control. I put that one too tight again? Jesus, I'm the worst. I don't know who's up there, but I'm an 8, so I gotta make a play. Okay, this is just horrible. I mean, this is the handicap I wanted, right? God. Awful. What the hell? I have a lot of work to do with these bikes, for sure. But again, that was kind of the idea, so... Yeah, Grumble seems fine. Do I want to stick with the Yoshi one? I think the color clashing is bothering me a little bit. But I don't have very many... I don't really have better options there, do I? I mean, there's lots of orange options, but... You know... I'm not a fan of that. I don't really love that one either. I mean, this one's not bad. I just don't care for the color scheme, but it'll do for now. Oh, that sucks. Is he like... I know this sounds like a stupid question, but is he alright? I do not like big dogs, like, at all, and that's why, to be honest. I'm not gonna try to act like they all are capable. I mean, they are all capable of doing that, but that doesn't mean all of them are going to do it. But, big dogs make me nervous for, like, that exact reason. Because they could just choose to just end somebody. And hopefully whoever's dog it was is being held accountable. I don't know if I've ever told the story that when I was really little, the neighbors had this fucking enormous Dalmatian, and it got within, like, feet of almost attacking me. And my mom, like, scooped me up and at, like, the last second. So that kind of, like, traumatized me for a while, and I was afraid of, like, all dogs. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of them now, but the big ones still really make me nervous. Just because between that and I've known people that, like, many years ago, I had a friend whose mother, I think, had a really big dog, and the fucking thing knocked her over and broke, like, several of her ribs, and she had to go to the hospital, and she was like, oh, he was just playing. And I was like, bullshit, he was just playing? Like, excuse me? No. God damn it, I wanted to swerve around that banana, I just couldn't get there fast enough. So I've, like, seen and heard what big ones are capable of, and it makes me uncomfortable. We've talked before about, like, what would you do if I was, what would I do if I was, like, out taking a walk and, like, saw a bear, and I would just, like, turn around and walk the other direction and hope it doesn't follow me? Dogs are the same fucking thing. Like, if I'm out for a walk and I hear, like, a loud, deep bark, I'm turning around and going in the other direction. Like, I'm not taking any chances. I choose chaos. Now, granted, a lot of people will say, you know, they can still be gentle giants if they're raised correctly and everything. And I do believe that, but I also believe that a lot of people aren't capable of raising them correctly, is kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, it was, I had to laugh at myself a couple of months ago. It was maybe a little bit longer ago than that. I went to get my hair cut, and the, I go to a neighbor's, and she cuts my hair. She has a salon in her basement. And her dog was down there, and right away I was, like, really tense. I was like, oh god, because it was a decently sized dog. The thing was super fucking old. It had to have been, like, 15 or something. It was a very old dog, so being that afraid of it was probably ridiculous. It probably couldn't even see me straight. So I had to laugh at myself afterwards, but it's just a reaction I have. And then sadly, it's passed by now. That's how old it was. I knew a bunch of friends when, like, I had a bunch of friends in, like, middle school that had, like, huge dogs, and they all, like, made me really nervous. I think that might have been part of why, like, even that early, I was always kind of the host. Like, I would always be like, hey, do you guys want to come over here? Because going there made me uncomfortable, because they had this dog that was bigger than I was. I think one... I can't tell the difference between dog breeds, to be honest. It was one of the mean ones. It was a pit bull or it was a Rottweiler or something like that. That was a dumbass dog, though. He was just stupid. The scariest thing about him was that he slobbered everywhere, and it was really disgusting. And then another friend had I think it was a Doberman, and that thing was like... Yeah, I didn't trust that one. That one, I was like, this thing is mean. It was just waiting for a moment to snap, you could kind of tell. Small dogs I'm fine with, because it's who cares? Even medium-sized dogs I'm okay with. As long as it's, like, pet-sized and not you could ride it into battle size. That's when I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this. If it could get up on its hind legs and be as large as I am, then that's a no from me, I think. I don't think the inside drifts feel good in this game. And it's tricky, because I'm glad that they're not, like, hilariously overpowered like they were in... Oh god, this is gonna be a nightmare. I'm glad they're not hilariously overpowered like they were in Wii, but... they don't feel very satisfying. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully he's alright. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad. I've definitely heard some horror stories about that sort of stuff, and I think everybody has, so... hopefully it's minor. Not the first time I bit someone, it's the final straw, it's gonna be put down. Honestly, like, and I don't mean to be like... it sounds bad when I say good, but if it's attacked multiple people, then yeah, it probably should be. Because at that point, it's not a fluke, right? If it only happens once, I think I'd be able to say, well... something might have just come over it and it might never happen again. But if it happens twice, that's when I'm gonna be like, nah, no, there's a problem here. Unless you can prove that the kids were, like, instigating it or something. Which, you know, people can be shitty to animals, so I wouldn't put it past them. But it definitely sounds like if it was a repeat offense, then you have to also wonder what the owners were doing, right? Like those... and maybe I'm too quick to judge, but that definitely sounds like a case of these people probably should not have a dog. I feel like big dogs in particular, like, they're practically weapons. And you have to, like... you know, be responsible. But then I get the other side, too. A cousin of mine had a... it would be interesting to... like, he clearly passed away, like, 20 years ago. The dog did. I'd be curious to know just how big the dog was, but as a child, it was a big-ass dog, right? And that was, like, a definition gentle giant. Like, that was actually kind of what helped me get over my fear a little bit and start to be like, well, if I'm around a dog enough, I can learn to trust it. I'd still rather not be, though. Ah, shit. I would have liked to have those. That was almost really unfortunate. And yeah, I don't... like, that one was totally fine, so I have seen both sides of it, for sure. But they were responsible owners. That was kind of the thing, so. I'm not going easy on anybody. Fuck you. You know what you signed up for. I do need to take a break soon. Maybe after this next race. So kind of trying to wait for either Volpe or Scarlet before I potentially bust the wheel out and spin it. Ideally, both of them, but I know the longer I wait, the better chance I have of, like, any of you needing to get going. It's bad. I don't know how to drive this thing for shit, if that wasn't obvious. Was that my green shell? I think it was. Did it bounce off of that car and, like, rebound back at me? Fuck this game, dude. It bounced at such a weird, like, unnatural angle, which is why I had to question it. At first, I was like, there's no way that was my green shell with the way that bounced. But then I was like, I didn't see anybody else shoot a green shell, so it had to be mine. Is it me, Riley, or are these guys, like, actually better than all of the Waluigi tryhards you see it, like, in the 8,000 ranks? Am I imagining that? I do not like this bike. I might have to pivot off. This is too much of a disadvantage, I think. Did he steal that at the last second? No, he didn't. Okay, good. I guess it just feels more aggressive, because whenever you're playing at the higher ranks and you have a bunch of Waluigi tryhards, they're always, like, way out in the front. Whereas this is, like, a group of people that they're all, like, tug-of-warring between 1st and 12th. So it's a little bit more chaotic. No love for Hyrule Circuit. Interesting. I know I said I would take a break, but it's just so easy to just hashtag one more. I hate drafting so much. I really wish there was a way to, like, manually trigger that. Thanks, Theo. It's fine, I don't think... You probably didn't know I was back there. I can't really get the balance of how inner drift works in this. I can't find the sweet spot for the turns. I maybe should have held on to that. Never mind. I really should have held on to that. How on earth did that hit Riley and not the Shy Guy? Riley just got shafted so fucking hard. That was like... Unless you watch people play Warzone, that was like the cheesiest cheat that you'll ever see on YouTube. He just got cheated out of that victory so fucking hard. I guess he wouldn't have necessarily won, but the fact that it targeted him instead of the guy that was actually in first was a load of shit. You know what? I don't like these options, so I'm gonna back out, take my break really quick. But I won't be long. If you guys keep going, I'll just join back off of you as soon as I get back. But I think there was a strong chance we were gonna see Excite Bike, or what was the other option that I was kind of like, nah, I don't really want this either. I wasn't feeling confident. But like I said, if you guys keep going, I'll just join off of you when I get back. I'm also offended and angry about watching Riley get cheated out of that, that victory as hard as he did. That was bullshit. Oh, man. Alright. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna get a drink and such, so I will not be super long. And then I'll probably rejoin off of Guy, and we'll keep the party moving, so... Stay tuned. I will be back in just a couple minutes. Maybe if you were also... I mean, a lot of you are also taking a break, so maybe you're already ahead of me here. But yeah, if you were looking for an opportunity to take a break, might be a swell time to do it, so... But otherwise, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I already joined back up because I thought I'd be spectating for a while, but it put me right back in, so... Off we go. I'm surprised at how few Mii's I've seen while playing Switch Sports. Because people made such a fuss that, like, they were replacing Mii's that I thought we were going to see, like, a whole lot of them, but apparently it was a very small... It was a very vocal minority that was bitching about Mii's. Also, take it easy, JMT, if you're still there. Guacamole. Beep beep, by the way. Oh, I didn't want this. How old is he? I maybe don't want to know. Because that's really... That is quite sad. I don't like these bikes. I think I'm gonna have to switch off. I'm just having a real hard time adjusting to them for some reason. I mean, I guess I'm still doing pretty well. It just doesn't feel very good. Shit. Can't really be mad. I must have been up for, like, exactly the amount of time as one race. With how easily I got back in. Alright, I think here's what we're gonna do. Let's go Toad Harbor. Yeah. And it's so hard for, like, if we would have had this conversation 10 years ago, I probably would have just been like, man, fuck dogs. Now I'm, like, a little bit more mature, and I can say, well, that wasn't the whole problem. I mean, I guess if it had attacked people before, that is part of them. Like, fuck that particular dog. But it's also like, what were the owners doing? Or just like whichever adults were in the area. Because I don't know, I would watch kids like a hawk around a dog that large, personally. Like, that's... If they were, like, left unsupervised or something, it's like, okay, there's a lot of questions going on right now. Excuse me? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to wait for one of you guys to rejoin. Which I think is pretty much up to Guy now. I did consider... And it's unfortunate because Theo would probably want to see some of this, but it probably won't be until way later, and he'll probably be asleep by then. But if we hit a point, like, later in the stream where there's not a lot of us playing, then I'll probably switch to Switch Sports just for shits and giggles. Do I like the umbrella or the flower? I think I like the umbrella more. Although, Switch Sports could get agitating pretty quickly if I have matches at anything like what happened this morning. Where I just got advanced lanes, like, multiple times in a row. That's okay, you're getting it out of the way while I'm not in there. Oh, it didn't get picked. Oh yeah, you're on Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is never a bad time, either. I'm definitely having an issue tonight of, like, not knowing who I want to play as. Like, I guess things were going fine with Villager. I could have just kept that going, but... I felt like I needed to handicap myself a little bit. God, I just can't shake how fucking tired I am. To be fair, maybe it's because I streamed for 6 hours yesterday and then recorded 4 hours of video content afterwards. And I'm probably gonna try to do more tonight, too. I'm looking forward to, the episode of the First 30 tomorrow, since that'll kind of lift the veil on, like, hey, here's what I've been playing, and what I've been having a lot of fun with. And I might try and do a stream of it, too. I'm trying to keep it a secret until then. Not the best kept secret. Anybody who has me on Switch probably will see me pop up playing it, but, you know. That's unfortunate. You hate to see that. God, right before the end, too. That's really unfortunate. Chaos at its worst. Worst? Worse? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Really? Okay. Yeah, that guy with the horn really kind of just blew you away. God, I wish tournaments worked better. Okay, that was interesting. I guess you fell off. It just didn't look like you did on my screen. Why has nobody made, like, an asymmetric racing game? Like, what if you had, like, an online racing game where you had, like, 16 people in the lobby and it rotated, so 12 people were racing, and then the other 4 got to control, like, the obstacles on the track. And then every race it would kind of, like, roulette and rotate different people out. Maybe not every race. Maybe every, like, couple races. Why has nobody attempted to... That's not a thing that, like, anybody's attempted, as far as I can tell, anyway. You think someone would have come up with that idea. Would have been a great idea on Wii U, because then you could have even made it that, like, just make it one person and they're on, like, well, make it that if you're using the gamepad, you get picked as a spectator slash interferer. I think there's a better word for that I'm... Saboteur might be a good way of putting it. That you could draw on the screen and actually, like, change the course or something. Like, stretch out the curves or something to make them tighter. Could, in theory, still work on Switch, though, realistically. Oh my god. Now I have to relearn to, like, not play like an idiot with the inside drift. God. Sigh. Hey, Volpe, how's it going? Okay, so now Volpe's here. Now we have to wait for Theo and Riley to get back. Pretty good demonstration of what I was concerned about with the art streams to begin with, is like, what are the chances that all 7 people are going to be there for the entire thing every week? Instead, I kind of have to do head math and be like, okay, there's... I mean, Riley's probably lurking, if I had to guess. Theo probably is, too. So we have 5 of 7 at the moment? Oh my god. I apologize for everything I've done. I immediately paid for my actions there. That horn caused a lot more chaos than I intended for it to. But hey, Guy got 3rd, so there's something. Yeah, sure, we'll do Toad Circuit, why not? Fine, run away. Oh, sorry, did I hit him too? I know Eno got caught up in it. Caught up in the crossfire, if you will. You have a cold or something? That sucks. It's that time of the year, I guess. When seasons are changing, that's gonna screw with you. I'm hoping that my allergies aren't as bad this summer as they were last summer. Like, last summer was real bad. There were multiple streams where I was like, maybe I should stop, because I'm just clearing my throat constantly. And it's still kind of a thing that I'm just dealing with constantly. We're talking the one... There was a Bravely Default stream in particular where I thought I was going to have to end because I was actually, like, choking on phlegm. And I probably should have ended, to be honest, but I instead kept going, and now there's just that entire episode where I'm just hacking the whole time. Not to be confused with coughing or wheezing. Oh, Riley's back. Alright, we just need Neo? Theo. We just need Theo, I think. Paging Theo. Theo Vellum. Your car's lights are on. Yeah, sure, Tokyo Blair. Yeah, that is an interesting selection of courses, for sure. Oh yeah, I don't think I commented the other day when you mentioned about your brother. Is he okay? Like, how bad was it? I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to stuff like that, I don't think I'm the best at, like, commenting on stuff like that, so oftentimes when I see you guys say something about it, I just won't say anything right away, because I don't really know what to say. Sometimes I feel like saying that sucks is like, well, duh. Like, I'm not really giving you great feedback on that one. You know it sucks already. And I'm also really not the type to be like, oh, I'm sorry. I kind of hate it when people do that, when you're like, oh man, my cat passed away. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. Why? Did you do it? Like, that makes it sound like you're responsible. I hate it when people do that. Shells go fuck themselves. Oh my god, those red shells. What the fuck is happening? That sounds pretty bad. Really? The other thing that is, like, and I guess this is selfish, it makes it sound like, oh, gee, only thinking about yourself, huh? But whenever I hear about people, like anything like that, about people, like, being in the hospital, I've, like, extreme knock on wood right now, I've never been hospitalized. I'm 36 years old, and I've never been hospitalized for anything. So whenever I hear about stuff like that, I'm like, Jesus, like, my turn's gotta be coming up sooner or later, right? And I hope it's not anything too bad. I've gotten extremely lucky when it comes to stuff like that, especially because I don't take terribly good care of myself. Choose chaos. I'm gonna switch back to the standard card, I think. It just makes it easier to pivot characters if I decide I want to in a pinch. Yeah, there's even, like, a bunch of weird shit that, like, I guess it doesn't happen to everybody, but you hear it, like, I never had my tonsils taken out, or anything like that. I did have my wisdom teeth taken out, but that was, like, I wasn't hospitalized. So I've had surgery, but I haven't been hospitalized. That was a, okay, you can go home afterwards. Even then, that's the only surgery I've ever had. I've never broken a bone aside from, like, toes. From, like, stubbing them really hard. I guess what I'm really getting at is hearing about stuff like that reminds me of my own mortality, and it's always jarring. Because that shit could really just happen at any time to anyone. You never know. Place bets. What's gonna happen first? Blue shell or a boo steals my horn? There's a blue shell incoming. It could still change. It did not. Another one? What the fuck? I mean, I don't think I'm gonna need this. I think Riley's, like, got my back, like, real hard right now. You love to see it. Why is this water section even here? I think, I just had this idea. I'm planning on doing a second Mario Kart 8 every course tier list, but it's gonna be in, like, 2 years. It's gonna be when all the DLC is done. I think maybe what I'll do is only do Mario Kart 8. Like, only the Mario Kart 8 versions of the tracks. So I'll still have all the retro tracks, but I won't be judging them based on the original appearance. I'll be judging them based on the appearance in this game. But again, that's going to be so far off that maybe I shouldn't even be thinking about it right now. Welcome back, Theo. Okay, so now I should probably just go ahead and spin the wheel, huh? Because I think 5 of the 7 of you are here at the moment. So a lot of you are familiar with this idea. I started... about a year ago, I changed the bot to, instead of having a channel, like, currency, a chat currency, I changed it to track. It's still basically a currency, but instead you generate 1 point per hour, and it basically tracks how many hours you watch within 1 month. So I track both monthly watch time and total all-time watch time. And I wanted to do something with that monthly, like, standings. So I've been keeping track of all of it, and I decided eventually what I'm going to try to do is do one of the art montages that we've done in the past. But those of you that placed in the top 3 of any of the months in the past year will be put on a roulette wheel. And I'll spin the wheel. If it lands on you, then you get to help pick what those characters will be. We'll probably spin it 12 times, 1 for each month. I'm only gonna spin it once tonight, and that's basically to give us a head start on whoever wins can start thinking of what they want to do. What I'm basically going to ask of you is to decide on, like, 3 to 5 characters that you would want to see added. They do not have to be from games that we have played on stream. They don't even have to be from video games, but it should be something that I'm, like, somewhat interested in. If you try to pick a bunch of stuff that I just don't care about, I'm probably not going to pick those characters. But that's also kind of the idea of picking 3 to 5 characters, is that I can pick from that selection and say, this sounds like fun to draw. In the grand scheme of things, you're probably going to want to come up with a lot more than 3 to 5, because if you get picked multiple times, you're going to want to submit to multiple lists of characters, right? And as I've mentioned, there's 7 of you on the list. On the wheel, rather. If you have the most... It's the top 3 watchers per month. If you're the 3rd highest, you get, like, the smallest wedge of the wheel. 2nd is, like, slightly larger, and 1st is larger still. So having the most watch hours will give you the best chance, more or less. If you get 1st, like, 4 times, that gives you, like, a lot of space on the wheel. Once a space is landed on, I will delete that space from the wheel, so it can't land on that again. I'm kind of wondering if I should delete the entire month from the wheel once it's landed on. I don't know if I like that idea, though. I just couldn't get anything done there. I think that more or less explains it. I'll probably wait for... Well, I don't want to wait too long. Actually, let's do Wild Woods. We haven't seen Wild Woods. Yoshi Circuit's another valid pick. Yeah, I'll stick with Daisy. That's fine. I'm not gonna mess with that. Alright, so there's the wheel. I already had it all set up because the idea is that we'll stream it all, right? We'll stream all of the art portions of it. And what I'll basically do is I'll start a stream with the one that's already been chosen. And then while I'm working on that one, I'll spin the wheel to figure out who the second one is. Then they can start thinking about potential ideas while I'm working on the first one. Hopefully it'll flow well. I'll probably do it after this next race. I don't want to do it in the middle of a race. I don't want to leave it covering up the screen for that long either. But I guess before I do, if anybody has any questions about, like, how exactly is this gonna work, I don't know if I explained it well, I guess. It's kind of unreal to think... Theo, I don't think you've ever seen me do one of the art montage streams. I think it's been that long since I've done one that you haven't been here for any of those. I don't know if you've gone back and watched them or anything. Are you kidding? That jump seems kind of strange. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Hopefully Volpe's still here. He hasn't been saying anything. In a perfect world, Scarlet would have been lurking as well, so that she's also in on this. Because knowing my luck, one of the people that isn't here is going to be the winner. And then it's just going to be awkward. Because then it'll just be, well, I guess I'll just have to talk about this later, never mind. I should have said something on Discord in advance of, like, hey, you guys, make sure to think about this stuff. But I also think... not... I mean, I think everybody's on Discord. I don't think Scarlet looks at Discord at all. I don't think Volpe looks at it at all, either. Maybe you have to hit the trick jump on that for that to work. Which isn't a problem, I get it. I'm in a lot of Discord servers that I never look at. They're basically there to be glorified notifications for when people go live. I don't look at them at all otherwise. And I think like 90% of the Discord right now is just me posting when I cook and my victories in Switch Sports Bowling. That's pretty much about it. Alright. Let's do it. Oh god. There it is. Streamlabs changed the layout, so I couldn't find it. Quickly, 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 quickly. Go, 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 go. I can't read that. That's Riley. That would be Riley. Riley is our first winner. Let's get that out of there. Then I'll have to find that specific tile on the wheel and delete it. Of course, let me guess, you don't really have any ideas, do you? I knew that that was like a potential issue. Because I think I've mentioned that I've tried to do stuff like this before, and that's been a thing where people have been like, I don't care, just draw whatever. And I'm like, you gotta pick something. And I don't know when I'm gonna do the art stream, so it's no rush. I'll try to let you know if I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna do the art stream this Sunday. Like, if I decide when to do it, I'll try to let you know so that you have a little bit more warning. And otherwise, the other 6 people on the wheel, you couldn't really read it very well, but The other 6 people are Scarlet, Volpe, Eno, Theo, Guy, and Lightgazer. So if you know you're on the wheel, go ahead and start thinking about it in advance. If there's going to be 12 entries and 7 people on the wheel, I think the chance of everybody getting 1 is probably pretty good. And if you're not on the wheel and you want to be, then start watching more and you'll be able to get the next one when it comes around, probably. I was tempted to do top 5 watchers. I actually did record top 5. I thought that would be too many options on the wheel, though. I hope everybody really enjoyed what I just did to that Waluigi, because I had a blast. Oh good, I can really defend myself. You'd love to see it. And someone managed to hit me with a banana. You really hate to see it. That's actually not a bad idea, Volpe. Like, make your own wheel and just put on, like, just keep thinking of characters and then just put them on there and then just spin it. Or just give me the wheel and I'll just pick the options. Because I guess that's the nice thing about making a pool, too, is you can just kind of start adding stuff to it and then just give me the whole pool and I'll be like, okay, this one sounds fun. Let's do TikTok. Okay, let me take a look at that again. So it landed on one of the big ones. I think it's this one that I want to delete. I guess it doesn't really matter which one I delete, but, you know, OCD. So delete this one for next time. I don't think that's going to delete it in real time, but that's okay. Let's get rid of you again. I guess I'll leave that up. Switch over to here. What track did we get? I wasn't paying attention. That's not a bad idea either, Theo. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be something from a game I've streamed. It should be something that I have some sort of interest in, though. If you're like... I'm trying to think of a good example. Like Nathan Drake, I'm probably gonna be like, I don't care. That's gonna be a no. But if you're like, put Wolverine on there, I might be like, yeah, maybe. We could do that. And realistically, what I can do is... You give me a list of 5 characters, I could say, okay, I'm gonna pick this one. These 2 are good to keep for later. The other 2 I don't really want to do, so you can go feel free to think of other ideas in the meantime. And if people are starting to get, something I've been thinking about lately... Let me finish that first thought. If you guys are starting to get excited about the idea of these art streams, feel free to point it out. That will increase the chance of me doing it soon. If I know that you guys are looking forward to it. And on that note, I feel like that's something I've maybe not been great with in the past. Is... We've all seen those streams where people are just nagging the streamer. Hey, when are you going to play this game you don't want to play? Or hey, when are you going to play this game that no one else wants to watch you play? and then they're never there when they do stream it, and then they're just like, hey, when are you gonna play this game? And it's like, motherfucker, I just played it, and you weren't here. And I think I maybe focus on that too hard, which probably leads you guys to believe that if you are excited about something, that I don't want to hear about it. And that's not true. If you're excited about something, I absolutely want to hear about it. And that's, like, in fact, encourages me to do it sooner. As long as it doesn't get naggy where, like, every single stream you're bringing it up, then it's probably fine. But I should probably stop leaving... I should probably stop sneaking that butt in there. I should probably just be like, just embrace it. If you guys are excited for it, then... be excited, damn it. Like with Volpe pointing out the hurdles. Like, hey, it's after midnight. Could we do the hurdles? It's like, hey, yeah, sure. As long as it doesn't turn into, okay, I'll do it after this race, and then I'm like, okay, JK, I want to do one more race. Why aren't you doing the fucking hurdle? And then we might have a problem. But as long as it stays away from that, it's fine. With Theo bringing up the art streams. Riley jumped on me on Discord about, like, you're still doing Mario Kart tonight, right? And I teased and said, nag, nag, nag. But also, like, I like seeing people excited about that. That definitely motivates me to just do more things. The video content is similar. If you're really enjoying the video content and you want to talk about it, like, go for it. I'm not gonna be like, oh, we don't talk about the video content on stream. If you want to talk about that, take it to comments. No, fucking talk about it. Bring it on. If you're talking about it and liking it, then, you know, that motivates me to do more. Because I'm like, oh yeah, people are liking this. I think it's just unfortunate that when I started YouTube, there was definitely a thing where viewers would just come to stream, not my streams, but I'd see it in other streams, where people would come to streams and just be like, why aren't you playing Mario Maker? Like, if the streamer tried to do anything else, people would just nag them about, you should do this instead. So I started being like, oh, that's shitty and toxic, people shouldn't do that. And I think that probably just came off as, if you want to see something, I don't want to hear it, don't nag me. But that's not true. I do want to know if you're excited about stuff. Even if you're the only one that's excited about it, that's still, I still like to know that. I can't promise that I'm going to do everything that every one person wants to see, but, you know, that probably goes without saying. Thanks. But if even a couple people are like, man, you haven't done any Picross in a while, that might lead me to be like, man, let's do some Picross. You're right. It has been a while. And that might be something that I'm going to avoid doing if I don't think people like it. I think we still have a couple minutes until hurdles. I was not sure if I wanted to do them tonight, because I kind of want to just keep the focus on racing, but we can probably sneak them in between races. Yeah, it was taking a break from Hurdle mixed with the fact that, like, it just wasn't doing very well. And I felt like I was maybe doing too much of it, which might have been turning people away. It's a very weird thing, and I was talking to someone else about this recently, where, like, I started going really hard on Picross because one of my most viewed streams ever is a Picross game. But that hasn't translated to all of the Picross streams. It was just that one video that happened to do really well. So I decided, hey, let's just do a bunch of Picross streams, but then most of them did poorly, so eventually when I saw a stopping point, I was like, okay, let's stop for a little while. It's kind of upsetting that my top 10 videos, as far as views go, are all videos from before I started streaming. Like, that's kind of fucked up. Well, I'm gonna get Fire Emblem Warriors. I would... In a perfect world, I can't make promises on this because of how long the playthroughs are gonna be. And I don't fully know how Fire Emblem Warriors is gonna work. But I believe that is also gonna have 3 different paths. So my hope was that we could play that, do the Black Eagles route, because that's the route I played on stream, then go back and finally play 3 Houses again, and then come back and play Warriors again to play the other path. I don't know if that's how the game's gonna work, though. And that's also a fuckload of content. Like, the first Fire Emblem 3 Houses stream was 16 episodes, I think? It was pretty long. Now, on a repeat playthrough, it might not be as long. So I kind of know my way around. Why did you go for Guy? I mean, he had bananas, so it's fine, I guess. But... And I will say, I know how this comes off. I know that it just read as me being like, I want to know when you're excited about things, and then when somebody said I'm excited about this, I had an excuse for why I'm not doing it. But... I guess the important thing to note is that a lot of these things, like, are on my mind of, like, potential things we could do. Well, that was chaotic. Alright, so if anybody's curious, my top 10 videos, my most viewed video ever was the reaction for E3 2014, Nintendo's E3 2014. Has over 5,000 views now. After that is the reaction for the Smash Brothers Direct April 2014. So it was the one before E3. That is 3,700. It's a reaction for another Direct. Sorry, I should actually pick a course here. Probably let's slide. I think the Fire Emblems are on the Wii Virtual Console, yeah. But honestly, I own both of those games, so I'd be fine just playing them on an emulator. To be completely honest, because I still own the cartridges for both of those games, I'm pretty sure. Also, if GBA Switch Online is at all a real thing, I imagine they'll probably be on there. Let me see. Then it's the old art I did of all the Mega Man 3 characters. A Splatoon Direct, another Smash Direct, Hyrule Warriors Direct, of all fucking things. Another art, another art, another art. What's my... Just show me my streams. That's what I want to know right now. I could probably narrow it down due to time frame. If I recall correctly, that 2014 E3 is like, that wasn't even a very exciting one. I don't know why people are searching for that one of all things. I don't know what they announced that year. Smash 4 was the year before that, though. This. I think my most viewed stream is actually when I played Mextermination Force, which I did not realize. There must not be a lot of people that played that game. So it must be like, if anyone searches for it, then mine's one of the first one that comes up. I wonder if I should play that game again. I think I did everything there was to do, but it was kind of a fun one-off kind of thing. At this point, there's probably a lot of people here that don't even remember what it is. Rockman and Forte was another one that was very similar. There was one stream of Rockman and Forte that popped off for whatever reason. So then I decided, oh, let's get the GBA version on the Virtual Console and also play that, and that stream did terribly. Why? I don't know. I'll never know. One of them is Pog, one of them is not. We may never know. No, you ass. That was my moment. That was my moment, dude. Alright, let's set this to... Set it to January 1st, 2018. I think I started streaming around, like, March. But we'll just go with that. It's nice and simple. Yeah, Mextermination for 600 views. Rockman and Forte, 500 views. Smash Bros. Ultimate Episode 9, of all things, has 400 views. Why only that one? And then looking at the top, like, 20 videos, there's not another Smash video in there at all. I don't fucking know, dude. I choose Chaos, by the way. There was a Wily Wars stream that really popped. So, Picross, it was Picross S4. The first episode had 350 views. And even that's, like, my 5th most viewed stream. But that was kind of what... That, and I think a couple of people said, hey, I really like watching your Picross videos. And I was like, hey, I should do more of those. But then all of the streams I did just didn't do very well, so... Man, one of the Mega Man X Dive episodes I did had 300 views. When did that happen? I'm learning things about myself right now. That sucks. What have I done? I'm behind on chat, so I'm gonna have to catch up on that after this, after I'm done looking at analytics. Anyway, going back to what I know we were talking about that inspired all of that, I would like to get back to Picross at some point. I don't think we ever finished S5. And I think I bought S6 and never even started it. I think S7 is even out now. But honestly, the games were getting very samey, so I think the chances of me buying another one is pretty slim, unless they actually change the formula. They're kind of just adding more puzzles and being like, hey, do you want to do these as Mega Picross again? And I'm over Mega Picross. I don't really want to do Mega Picross anymore. There is another game I have that I meant to play back in IndieWary and just never got around to it. called... I think it's called Murder by Numbers. It's a visual novel with Picross elements. I have it on Steam. What just happened there? And that could maybe be fun to do. I'm maybe a little hesitant because visual novels are very hit or miss with me. But that's probably a better option than the other Picross games, to be honest, just because those are getting so samey. They made that Sega Picross too, but again, it looked like the same fucking game. So it's kind of like, I don't really care. Not that I need you to innovate to a ridiculous level, I'm just agitated that they innovated in the direction of, let's just put Mega Picross in everything. I don't want to do Mega Picross anymore, I hate it. And otherwise, Three Houses in particular is a game I've been wanting to replay ever since I played it for the first time. Like, I enjoyed it enough that I was immediately like, yes, I would like to play this a second time and play another path. And it just... There's just been too much to do. It's been very hard to justify saying, hey, yeah, let's commit to another 16-episode series. Especially when we were doing stuff like Bravely Default, which was taking up way more time than it should have. Maybe I should do it as a video series. Maybe I should just start delegating some of this stuff to video series more. You think the paths in Warriors are probably just going to be like the other games? Probably. I think I would assume that myself. But I don't know. We don't know. No, that wasn't Cloud and Smash. Cloud and Smash literally happened the week I moved to Virginia, and my internet was awful, and I couldn't record it. It was so unfortunate. It was literally that weekend. And I was like, of all the ones I wanted to have recorded, this is the one I couldn't have recorded. Actually, I think it was the day I was about to move. And I think I decided to just not record it. I think it was Bayonetta that happened when I was living in Virginia, and my internet was terrible. Cloud was literally the day I was about to move. And I woke up late, I think, and just said, I'm not going to worry about it. And then that happened. It's so sad that, like... That and the Mega Man reaction. The Mega Man reaction was before I even made the channel. And that was one of the things that made me say I need to, like, make a channel and record reactions to this stuff. Although, I remember vividly the stream was, like, really bad for that particular E3. Like, it was really laggy, and the only reason I knew it was Mega Man was because I recognized the music. And I couldn't see anything. It was super choppy and unwatchable. So the reaction might not have been that good anyway, but... Get away from me, Rosalina. They made that ramp a lot shorter in this version, didn't they? I was just thinking when I get to the ramp, I'll be able to look at chat, because that ramp is way longer than it has any reason to be. But I think they made it shorter in this version because of the gliding, compared to N64, which makes sense. That's Riley in front of me, right? Pretty sure. He might be behind me. I'm gonna trust my gut, though. Was 2014 E3 Splatoon? It might have been. I'm trying to remember. The only thing I remember is what the Smash reveals were. And it was Palutena and... Well, Pac-Man wasn't during the conference. That's the only thing I remember. I haven't gone back and watched it in a while. I don't really care that much. It might have been the Splatoon year, though. That's true. You know that game I really need to play at Murder by Numbers is awesome? Maybe. Maybe. I still have it up on my list, so... At this point, I think what we're probably going to do is we'll probably finish the Sonic Advance trilogy. Yeah, that's the thing, Volpe. The video is a time machine. That was part of my appeal, the appeal of making a channel, is I was like, you can just relive these moments, which I thought was pretty cool. Anyway, we're probably going to finish the Sonic Advance trilogy, and then Kirby 64 will be out, so I think we'll pivot and go play that. And then probably come back and do Sonic Battle. I've had it up to here with this fucking Bowser Jr. Motherfucker needs to get a life. You know, one of the funniest rewordings of get a life that I've ever heard is go touch grass. It's such a funny insult to me. Because it's such like a non-insult. There's nothing, like, crude about it. It's just, like, go outside and touch some grass. It's really funny. The content creator I watch a lot of... I don't remember if he was playing Switch Sports or Fortnite, because he started playing that once No Build came out. I don't remember what it was that he was playing, where he saw somebody that was being, like, a supreme tryhard, and he's like, holy shit, go touch grass. And I was dying. I was like, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I don't know what made me think of that. Oh, Bowser Jr. So I said get a life. And I wanted to be like, go touch grass. God, I just can't make any headway. Oh, I got a couple places there. Okay. Yeah, it was like right before Wii U, and there was like nothing exciting on Wii U. Was Mario Kart 8 2014? Maybe? No, because it came out in 2014, so that had to have been 2013 as well. I don't know, maybe I should go back and watch it. See what all the fuss is about. The frustrating thing about that is that video has over 5,000 views, and now most of the time when I do a direct reaction, it gets like 16 views. For some reason, they just don't resonate with people the way they used to. Either that or I tagged it really well. Although YouTube outright tells you now that tagging is useless. That was such a load off when I saw that. Again, I was this one creator I watched like a couple months ago. I was watching and he said something about how he used to hate doing tagging, and now YouTube has admitted that it's useless. And I was like, wait, what? Sure enough, I went to like video settings, and above the tag section, it basically says like, unless the big thing tags are for is if like, what's a good example? If you're putting up a video of a link to the past, but sometimes people search for that as Zelda 3, that's what tags are for. Tags are like, you go in and put in like alternate versions of what people might search for. If Metroid Dread is searched for as Metroid 5, you could put that in as a tag. But if you, other than that, it's like completely useless. Going in and putting in tags for Nintendo, Nintendo Switch, Metroid, Metroid Dread, Metroid 5, Nintendo Switch Metroid, like whatever. Like doing all of that is basically completely useless now. Unless there's like a common, oh, people don't search for it by this name, which I can't really think of a good example for. I know I have a good example, and I can't like formulate it. You know what I mean? It's not coming to me. I feel like Pokemon might be a good one if you wanted to also include the searches like for pocket monsters, for example, or spelling it without the accent. That might be kind of helpful. But apparently doing, like, crazy metadata with tags is, like, not something you need to do anymore. Which I'm grateful for, because it was never really a good thing. The only time I've ever liked tags, and I think Tumblr did this? That's right, I'm gonna compliment Tumblr, of all fucking things. If you were tagging something on Tumblr, I think it would show you, like, commonly used tags, so you could find what tags people are using, so you'd know what to match it up with. Whereas with YouTube, I could tag it whatever the shit I want, but if people aren't searching for that tag, it's not helpful. You know what I mean? And they don't tell you that. They don't say, like, oh, this tag is commonly used and a lot of people use this. On that note, something that I saw, Volpe mentioned this yesterday and I didn't think much of it. You mentioned a change to the video page. They have a thing underneath the stream now that says, like, what the game is and where you can go buy it, which is really awesome. I really like that. It should say, like, Mario Kart 8 played on Nintendo Switch, and then there's, like, a link that will take you to Switch's website so you can buy the game. That's fantastic. I love that shit. That was a top-tier idea. That's especially good for playing, like, indie stuff, because then people can just find the information right fucking there. That is 10 out of 10. Touch cubes. Are you gonna get another crab's treasure? I don't think it's coming out till next year, so it's pretty far off. But I gotta play more Going Under. See what those developers are capable of. I watched Brad play a lot of it, but haven't played it myself. I don't know why I said play more of it. I have to play it at all. What a great idea for a game, though. A lot of the other stuff in the Indie World Direct, like, didn't really appeal to me, if I'm being honest. There wasn't a lot that made me say, this looks cool. Like, nothing looked bad. It just didn't really, like, resonate with me, sadly. Aside from Another Crab's Treasure and one other game, which is the one that I have already filmed a first 30 episode for, and am also recording. I've recorded like 7 episodes of me playing it. So, you guys will find out what that one is tomorrow, because that'll be the first 30 episode that plays tomorrow. Nothing else really popped out at me, though. The rhythm-based dungeon crawler looked kinda cool. Not, like, day one purchase cool, but I was like, it could be neat. I think what bothered me about that is, as I feel like the trailer didn't do a good job of demonstrating, like, how the game works. Like, as I was watching it, I was like, I don't understand what about this is rhythm-based. Aside from, like, the visuals. How is the gameplay rhythm-based? I didn't really pick up on that. And that might have changed my opinion of it. But that looked kind of neat. Most other stuff didn't really pop out at me. There was a lot of stuff that I was like, it's just not for me. Like puzzle platformers, I don't really like puzzle platformers very much. I think there was a card game in there, and I was like, yeah, I don't really care for card games. The card combat game, like the Hearthstone style thing. Because wasn't Card Shark on there too? And wasn't... Eno, did you play Card Shark? I feel like I knew somebody that played Card Shark, like, within the last, like, year and was talking about it, and I kind of don't remember who it was. Which, that's more of like a... That's just poker, isn't it? Okay, I guess that wasn't you. Yeah, it's like a... I don't know if you're the one actually playing cards. Aren't you, like, the person waiting on their table and you're, like, helping one of them cheat or something? I don't know. That looked kind of intriguing, I guess. JMT said that there was a, something from the developers of Gato Roboto. I don't know what game that was. Rally's done already. It's only 12:30. You were supposed to be all pogged. It's because you drank too much coffee, wasn't it? Yeah, OFK was on there, which I don't think I had previously known about. Oh, was Gunbrella the Gato Robot? Maybe that's worth looking at, then. Maybe I should have paid more attention to that one. Drank like 12 cups of... That's a lot of fucking coffee, dude. Unless those are small cups. My OCD is obsessing over, like, you can check your most used characters and, like, carts and everything in this game. And I'm obsessing over, like, do I want Daisy or the Villager to be my, like, top character? I feel like I gotta do some some Daisy representation, since she's apparently getting fucked and not going to be in Strikers. Unless they're gonna do, like, roster increases after the fact, like they do with most of those games now, which they might. She's not in the starting roster, though. Man, fuck Rosalina. Well, that's just feels bad. Really, Albanana? You hate to see it. Where the fuck did Wario come from? Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of, like, intriguing looking stuff, but not enough where I was like, oh, that's gonna be on my radar. I'm gonna keep my eye on that one. A lot of them were more like visual storytelling kind of games, which I'm not, like, against, but they don't really resonate with me the same way as other games do. I think I've voted on Grumble Volcano multiple times, and yet we actually haven't seen it yet. I think we're gonna have to just take a break from playing so that I can do the hurdles. Due to the volume control. Headlighting intro to Sony State of Play not too long back. It took like a third of the runtime, and people were like, what the fuck is this, and why is it so damn I didn't think it was cringy, but it was definitely, like, not for me. It didn't take that long, thankfully. I think it was... Nintendo's kind of gotten pretty good at those presentations and not dragging on one subject for too long. For a while there, they were kind of bad with it, but I feel like they've gotten better. I don't know, if you at all care about what it would be like to, like, be a musician on the road trying to make ends meet, it might be a pretty interesting game. It's just, like, not something that I'm like, that looks interesting. Like, nah. Like I said, I don't think there was anything in the indie world where I was like, that just looks like shit. They all looked fine. It was just none of it really resonated with me and made me go, I need this. Except for the one that I picked up, which nobody's mentioned yet. So it must not have resonated with many other people, which is unfortunate because I've already recorded 7 fucking episodes. And I would hope that people are gonna have fun with it, because I've been having fun playing it. I got completely sidelined on the art side of things because I've just been playing that and Switch Sports lately. Yeah, I got the impression it was a real band. I picked up on that. Man, I'm kind of, like, kicking ass right now. I've been placing, like, very well all night. And I guess it's because we're in lower lobbies. That, and I've kind of found my groove, like, with this particular kart setup and weight class. It's very, like, comfortable. I don't really have to think about it. I can just go. Is that supposed to be Rockman, by the way? You got the hair all wrong, but I respect it otherwise. I think his face should be the small, like, round one, too. But I respect the effort. You didn't miss much, honestly. If it was, like, the only reason I watched it is because of, like, the timing. It was one of those mornings where I was like, oh yeah, that's airing in, like, 15 minutes. Sure, I'll watch that before I go to sleep. If it was, like, 3 in the afternoon, I would have been like, I'll just catch the trailers on YouTube after. It's fine. I choose Chaos, by the way. That seems pretty Sony. That seems pretty Sony. If Riley's done for the night already, maybe I will pivot and do some Switch Sports tonight. Although I don't think my setup is very good for it. Because whenever I've been, I was gonna get up and, like, demonstrate. I usually stand, like, over here when I'm playing it. That's gonna be just off camera entirely. Battle Royale bowling is fucking pog, though. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Advanced lanes are a little less pog, but... I could just stop early tonight, too. That's another possibility, especially with how kind of tired I've been. Now, I will also say, so who all watched the Indie World? The biggest thing that actually stood out to me, and I usually say this with every Indie World, they really need to fix this. The, presenters, the two ladies were awful. I hated listening to them every single moment of that presentation. They were so unnatural. And I'm not saying I would be amazing at it, but, like, come on. Hire somebody with, like, some sort of personality. You could tell these people were, like, reading lines off of a card. And saying a bunch of really cringy puns that they didn't really want to be reading, but they were doing it anyway and trying to act like they were having a blast doing it. It was very, very bad. I almost didn't watch the whole thing just because of them. They were so painful to listen to. One was doing a slightly better job of sounding like they were at least having a good time. The other one sounded like they didn't even want to be there. They sounded, like, fed up all the time. It was so bad. You've gotta be kidding. That's really unfortunate. Fucking blue shell. Anyway, yeah, it was really bad. There was one I don't remember which game it was. Was it Totally Accurate Battle Simulator? Where the one was, like, being really goofy about it, and it was fine. It was a little cringy, but it was a little goofy. And the other one just sounded like fucking Daria. She was just like, yeah, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator wobbles its way onto Switch this week. Like, she sounded so not excited at all. It was, oh, so bad. And I feel like every time they do an Indie World, I wind up saying that, where I'm like, what are these presenters? What the hell are they doing? Similarly, Monster Hunter Rise had, like, kind of the same problem. The one guy sounded like... It didn't sound like... It sounded like this was the first time he was reading the content that he was reading. It didn't sound like he, like, read it at all. He did know how to pronounce the monster names, which was kind of impressive. But other than that, it just sounds so unnatural. How hard is it to get people that... Like, just hire some streamers, dude. A lot of streamers would do that shit for free. If Capcom contacted me and View and said, hey, we want you to handle the next Monster Hunter Rise digital event, you think we wouldn't do that shit for free? And View would light that shit up. Like, he'd be really good at shit like that. Stop hiring people that sound like they just came out of a stock market meeting. Like, they always sound so disinterested in what the hell's going on. Anyway. See, it's not monotone necessarily, because I think I can be monotone at times. And it's not necessarily that, it's that they sound like they're checked out. That they just have no investment in what they're reading. Sounds like the cast of Shrek 3. Which is an underhanded shot at Shrek 3, but... That was always the joke with Shrek 3, is like, oh, they just wanted a paycheck. Aw, I pressed CL, I just wasn't fast enough. Also, don't worry about it, really. If you're exhausted, don't let my guilt tripping get to you. It's kind of my way of, like we were talking about earlier, trying to show that I'm more excited about this stuff. But yeah, I feel like Nintendo's main directs, they're pretty good about that. I feel like their presenters have got it under control. The indie-focused ones are typically terrible, and most other companies, whenever they do something like that, are pretty terrible. I don't watch a lot of the Sony ones, to be fair. Maybe the Sony ones aren't that bad. I mean, realistically, there were only like 12.5 games. You'll be able to narrow it down pretty easily. But also, it's tomorrow's episode of the first 30 anyway, so... Sony State of Plays are pretty bad. I think... I typically don't watch them, because I just kind of don't care. I think I've already given enough hints in that it was something that came out the day of the Indie World Direct. I think there weren't that many that came out that day. And it's gonna be a funny episode because I've already confirmed that I've recorded 7 other episodes. But in the episode of the first 30, I hadn't come to that decision just yet. I think I mentioned it at the end of the episode where I was like, I kind of just want to keep playing this and record more. But I didn't outright say, okay, keep an eye out because I'm gonna do, this is a full playthrough. Decided pretty quickly though. Yeah, that's fair. Watching them as, give me a reason to care. I think my issue with the Sony ones is and I might be wrong on this, but I often feel like the Sony ones are like a third of them is one game. There's not enough variety, and they don't keep it moving. So if you don't give a shit about that one game, you're just kind of like, well, okay. There's nothing interesting here. The only E game I can think of was Electhead, and did that come out same day? Again, I don't really care for puzzle platformers, though, so... that one didn't fully stick out at me. Might be one of those games where if I got it in, like, Humble Choice or something, I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's give that a shot. I guess the other thing I wanted to comment on is fuck Hollow Knight fans, and not all of them, clearly, but holy shit, all I heard in the hours leading up to the Indie World Direct and in the hours afterward were just people bitching that Hollow Knight Silksong wasn't there. And I was like, oh my god, like, could you look like any needier and entitled of a community right now? Like, you need to fucking stop. It was like all these other indie games just didn't exist because they weren't Hollow Knight, so they just don't count. Like, Jesus Christ. And I'm sure there are big Hollow Knight fans that are in agreement, where they're like, yeah, this sucks, people need to not be like that, but Jesus, it was not a good look. I try not to look at chat when I'm watching presentations like that, but I did glance a couple times, and every time I glanced, it was just Silksong? 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 Where's Silksong? Where's Silksong? Smash? Smash? And I was just like, oh my, like, this is awful. And then I did look at Twitter afterwards, and there was a Hollow Knight fan that was like, it was a post he made, like, in advance, where he's like, man, the Hollow Knight community is gonna look like a bunch of shitheads during the presentation tomorrow. And I was like, success! They did! They very much did. You called it. I guess for me, it's like kind of personal because it goes back to all the backseating I had to deal with when I streamed Hollow Knight. And that was like 100% the Hollow Knight community, and none of them come to streams anymore. So it's like, I do kind of hold it against that community to begin with. But Jesus, it was not a good look. I should really replay that game, because I did really like it until the backseating got, like, really out of hand. So I should just try to play it again. Maybe not let people walk all over me when it comes to backseating, because that was the big problem. Not only were people backseating, but I kind of fucking let them do it. Because I was still in that state of mind where I was like, I'm a small streamer, I can't afford to, like, chase viewers off. Yeah, but I ruined the playthrough for myself by doing that, so at what cost? I know I'm sure it often comes off as, like, me not getting over it. And I wouldn't say that, it's just that I'm using it as a learning experience. That playthrough taught me something, and I need to learn from that. Even though it was many years ago already, now it's still... it's something I need to remember and learn from. Is Hollow Knight the only game that studio has made? I think it is, right? So it's definitely just a case of, like, that game kind of outgrew their expectations, for sure. And it's like, you're happy for them, but you also feel bad because now the community won't shut the fuck up about, like, when do we get the next game. This is not great. I'll take that. Nobody else got anything bad to screw me with, it looks like. Oh, I actually thought that Tanuki Mario passed you at the end. But yeah, we kind of held that down for most of that race. Yeah, like I said, I think Hollow Knight kind of, like, outgrew what they expected of it. And it was good. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just, it was very bittersweet for me because of the backseating getting so bad. Which is why I'm like, I should play it again, because... Maybe I should play it off-stream, as a matter of fact. And then I can just enjoy it for what it is. We only at hour 3:30? The fuck? I feel like we've been playing for a full night already. But I think that's just because I'm so fucking tired. Like, I feel like I could just lay back down and go back to sleep. We've got a lot of Wiggler tryhards in here, actually. I respect the Dry Bowser, at least, because he's using a different weight class. And that super heavy weight class is, like, kinda hard to control, so... I think, at least. I'm not very good with him. Yeah, we have a Waluigi tryhard, we have a Donkey Kong tryhard. Which they're the same weight classes, and they're both on Wigglers. Well, that was something that just happened. Riley, are you getting anywhere with characters yet? For the art montage? Or I guess anybody that's in that list of 7. Because I would hope that people are thinking about it in advance. Going for that shortcut was a awful idea, and I don't think I can come back from it now. Like, I really fucked myself there. How do you make the game show up that you don't have a flag? I guess we haven't seen Electrodome tonight. I'm gonna choose Chaos anyway, though, and you can't stop me. Yeah, I do feel like we're seeing a lot of the same thing over and over again tonight. Like, we've seen Mario Circuit a lot, we've seen Electrodome a lot. Like, they've come up as options. They haven't won, but they've, like... To the point that Baby Park actually doesn't seem like a bad option here, because we've seen the other ones. Which I think is kind of my issue with Baby Park. In an instance like this, it's fine, but oftentimes you'll see it go up against, like, Rainbow Road 64 and Choco Mountain, and people are like, Baby Park! It's like, no. When better courses are available, no. In this case, where we didn't really have better options, that's fine. To be fair, we saw Excite Bike how many times tonight, and we haven't actually gotten it that many times, so, you know. Maybe people are more capable of variety than I'm giving them credit for. That was a my bad. I just threw it without thinking. This is supreme chaos. Could you give me items other than mushrooms, please? What the fuck? Yeah, sure, just give the good items to everybody else, it's fine. Oh my god, dude. You can't make this shit up. I think I just ran somebody over, though, so that's something. He tried to steal it at the end. He did not steal it. Actually, was he... He might have been in last. I don't think he was. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm amazed that I managed to pull up in the second. I managed to capitalize off of that lightning bolt, which I didn't really see coming. Let's go Toad Harbor. Yes, what, Riley? A very hesitant yes. I think we'll do one more race. Pause and do the hurdles. Take a quick bathroom break. And then we'll come back and continue. I was gonna wait a little while longer before doing the hurdles, but I don't want to wait too long just in case it winds up being another... Takes me an hour to figure out what they are. Which we haven't had any that have been that long. It was just that one night we did it that they lasted really long. And I mean, they're getting shorter because a lot of them I just like... I'm just like, I'm not gonna get that. Like, even, like, I quit the Zelda ones, because a lot of the Zelda ones have, like, 30-second slow humming intros, and you just can't even recognize it without hearing the actual melody. And I stopped the Mario ones, because they're 60% spin-offs. And 60% of that is 73 different Mario Party games. I'm kind of close to dropping Pokemon, because whenever they hit me with a route or a city, I'm just like, I have no fucking idea. Shit. That was my bad. What time zone are you in, Riley? My timing for the hurdles might be pretty good because I think you'll actually have today's Pokemon hurdle, right? So you won't get, like, spoiled. You'll just be able to guess it yourself. Usually I do them, like, right at midnight, so anyone who isn't this time zone is just getting it spoiled. What the fuck? Oh my god. Mountain Standard or some shit. Okay, so it's only 11 for you then? Oh, okay. I thought it was midnight. That's unfortunate. Maybe I just won't do the Pokemon one then, so that I don't spoil it for you. Although, I don't know, because, like... I feel like the Pokemon one for you is very, either you're gonna know it or you're not gonna know it. And that's kind of the way it's going for me, too. But maybe I'll skip that one just to, oh my god, just to not spoil it. Because I know that you've been enjoying doing them yourself. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was Anal Friday. Can we cool it? Jesus Christ. YouTube's gonna have to start flagging Mario Kart content as pornographic if we keep getting ass fuckings that hard. Yeah, sure, why not? Jesus, fuck this game, dude. It's so stupid. Alright, I'll take a quick break. You guys keep on erasing. I don't like these choices anyway, so it's a good opportunity to do it. Let's do the hurdles really quick, and then we'll take a pee break, and then I'll join back up, and we'll keep going. Okay, so let me do this. That's a mistake, because that shows you what the game we're playing tomorrow is. Oopsies. All right, so we're just gonna mute this. Lower desktop down to 10%. Because this shit be loud. Even 10% I feel like is too loud sometimes. Alright. Pokemon. Oh, come on, dude. Like, I don't... I have no idea. Give me a skip. I gotta hear more of it. It sounds like an anime intro. What the hell? Riley knows it. You can tell. It has singing in it. Is it, Oh, fuck. What's her name? Was it Black and White 2 that had a different Roxy's Gym performed by Coughing and the Toxics? I like how it's still, like, the gym theme. That's a neat twist. The only singers I could think of were that one and the Dark Gym in Sword and Shield, and I was pretty sure it wasn't that. Kirby. Give me a skip. I have no idea. Is this gonna be another fucking Star Allies one? I need to hear the melody, dude. These ones with the long intros are, like, so cheap. Like, what? Give me another skip. Hear me out. I think... My gut says Epic Yarn. Give me another skip. I have a feeling if we'd hear more of it, I would have picked up the melody more. I feel like I guessed and got lucky on this one, I think. It's taking such a long build-up. I don't recognize this. I just know that Epic Yarn's soundtrack had a very peculiar sound to it, like this does. I knew it wasn't DDD. They only had, like, 4 Epic Yarn options. It's Meta Knight's theme. It doesn't sound anything like any Meta Knight theme I'm aware of. Although it does have, like, the very elaborate piano tracks. So I guess I kind of get that. Okay, Mega Man. Oh, I know it. Intro stage, Rockman and Forte. Opening stage, whatever. One of the only good tracks in that game. As a matter of fact, I think they only had the good tracks last listed. Which is pretty funny. Hey, I'm back up to 80% win rate on Mega Man. Okay, Sonic. I don't recognize this. Give me a skip. This is the part where Scarlet's going to surface from lurking, because I'm going to say this sounds like Sonic CD music, and she's going to be like, this sounds nothing like any Sonic CD music I've ever heard. Excuse me? Fucking pleb. I'm thinking like Sonic CD boss music or something. I know that they have like a laugh in that music track. It's not this one, though. It doesn't look like they have any boss tracks from Sonic CD, so I don't think that's actually the case. No, they don't. I don't... Give me another skip. I don't know. I mean, it's not a Genesis game. I don't think it's from, like, Adventure. Or Adventure 2. I feel like there's a chance that it could be from fucking Heroes again, because that one got me pretty hard the other night. I don't think it's 2006. It's not Unleashed. Or Colors. Holy shit, I got it. This seems like a completely different track. It's the Saturn version of 3D Blast's final fight. And now I know this is a completely different track from the Genesis version. Yeah, 3D Blast. And yeah, there was a Saturn version of it. Apparently the soundtrack was completely different, which I did not know. Hold on, we're gonna go over to YouTube really quick. Hopefully not get something that has an ad. This is the Genesis version. This is, like, completely different. I think, at least. Anyway. Well, hey, we got all 4 of them tonight. Okay, so fuck it. Since we did pretty well, let's bring up Zeldas and Marios, too. I'll probably do awfully, but we did well on those, and they went quickly, so screw it. Did anybody make a Castlevania hurdle yet? The fuck is the Castlevania community doing? Like, what are you waiting for? That seems so bizarre. Yeah, you missed the other ones, Volpe. Do you want me to play them back and you can see if you recognize them? There might be a Metal Gear Solid one. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, Mario. I'm gonna need a skip. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. It's probably from, like, a Paper Mario or something. Like I said, there's, like, a 75% chance that these are, from a Mario spin-off. And if you haven't played every single, all 73 Mario Party games, then you're just fucked. Zelda. The Zelda ones are so bad. Because all of them have really slow starts. Like, that one just does not work very well. I think both of those are just... they've got some problems. Alright, I'll play a little bit for Volpe. This is the Mega Man one. We don't want to play too much, though. You gotta see if you can guess it. I don't think you know Mega Man super well, so I have a feeling this one you're not going to necessarily get. Kirby. And Pokemons. Play too much of them. Still a good pass. I got all 4 of the ones that I like regularly do. Oh, there might be a Final Fantasy one. There's only a Final Fantasy 14 hurdle. You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's so stupid. What? It's amazing how, like, few of these hurdles there are. Like, there's some that are just so fucking obvious. How has nobody made them yet? Now, to be fair, some of these are very poorly made, so I'd rather that they didn't do it sloppily. I'd rather they took it seriously and made it good. Because, yeah, like the Mario one, they just ripped the entire soundtrack of every game and just crammed it in there and said, oh, you haven't played all 12 Mario Karts and all 37 Mario RPGs and all 74 Mario parties and all the and the 27 Mario Golfs and Tennises and Strikers. Oh, well, it sucks to be you. I think most of these do not include Smash Brothers, by the way. I don't think the Sonic, Kirby, or Mega Man ones include Smash Brothers tracks. Mario's does, because fuck you. They just put as much in there as possible so that, like, half the time if you know what the track is, you can't even find it in the search results. It's really stupid. So I'd prefer, if people were going to make more of them, that they'd make them, you know, better than that. Okay. I am going to take a short break. Oh, but he's racing, though. So if you guys want to go ahead and jump back in, I'll join off of you as soon as I get back. So stay tuned, and we'll continue with some more Mario Kart in a little bit. At least another hour, probably. At most 2 hours, probably. Somewhere around there. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute. Let's boogie. Guys in there. Off we go. I'll stick with Daisy. I see no reason not to. As long as I get it to change away from my most played character being the Mii. Which, because I was using nothing but the Mii for doing the time trials. To beat all the ghosts to get... Do you get the gold wheels from that, I think? So after that, it was like, oh, you really like playing as the Mii. And I was like, okay, well, I gotta change that. Jesus, socioeconomic was what that last one said. I was... So, I don't know if I need to go into too much context on this, because most people probably didn't see it. This is basically directed at Eno. I was looking at the other one with all the, like the broader range, and one of them I couldn't read. I was like, what the fuck does that say? And now I'm seeing it socioeconomic. The fuck does that even mean? Like, I think I know what that means, but that's definitely a weird thing to judge a character on. That's a little peculiar. I feel like I do want to explain it, because I think Volpe would actually find this interesting. Because I think in concept this is a good idea, it's just the way they presented it was really stupid. I think... Was this just today that they came out with this? Blizzard came out and said that they created this, like, thing that looks like an EV reader from Pokemon to help them determine, like, the diversity that they're putting into a character. And in concept, I think it makes a lot of sense as like, a character designer or a character writer to have something that helps you not go overboard with diversity. Because we've seen a lot of characters, especially a lot of Marvel's newer comic characters have this problem, where they stack too much diversity onto them. They'll be like, oh, they're Hispanic, and they're also trans, also they're gay, and they have blue hair, and also they were born without one leg, and also they're actually 173 years old, but they look like they're 16, and also they have elf ears, also their eyes are two different colors, and it's like, dude, dial it back. That's too much. So I think what they were going for was they were trying to create something of like a check. When you're creating a character, how many boxes did they tick, and is that too many things? Or, alternatively, does the character not tick enough of those boxes? We should try to find something else to kind of inject into their character. I think it actually makes a lot of sense, but I think the way Blizzard wrote this fucking article about, like, this is a thing we invented, came off as, we fixed diversity. And it's really stupid. I think from a creative standpoint, it's a very smart idea, but the way they're trying to, like, almost market it is really dumb. Because that is kind of how, like, I try to think, is, like, if I'm trying to, like, make a character for something. Let's take even my characters that I use for games. Blair and Pepper and Lucy. Even they have went through this process where I'm like, what makes these characters who they are? What do they identify with? And a lot of that is stuff that I'll just pick up when I'm playing a game with them. Where I'm just like, oh, here's an interesting thing from this game that I think could be a larger part of their character. But you have to weigh it and decide, well, does this work with the other stuff? Does this make sense? And I do think a lot of people, especially in, again, a lot of Marvel's newer comic characters have this problem, where they're just everything. They tick every diversity box at once, and it's dumb. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, at that point, you're just trying to make them as diverse as possible, and you're not doing it because you think it makes their character more interesting. So I think from a designer's standpoint, it's a very smart idea. It's just Blizzard marketed it in a very peculiar way, I think. I think that might have been something that was best left to, not even left behind the scenes. They could have done an article where they were like, okay, I'm the lead character designer at Blizzard, and this is how I judge characters to determine if they've got enough depth to them, or if they have too much depth. This is how I do things. But instead they were like, here's a tool we made that fixes diversity. It's really stupid. Just the way they presented it was really bad. But then there was an alternate version of it that they had, like, more traits on, and I guess they got rid of some of those, and some of them are really strange, and socioeconomic was one, and I couldn't, it was a blurry screenshot, and a very low-resolution screenshot, so I couldn't tell what it said at first. It's just a very... It's not a bad thing that Blizzard did, it's just a very... Why did they decide it needed to be sold? And I don't mean sold as in sold as a product, I mean sold as in they had to work it up as a, look what we did, aren't you proud of us? I guess they were trying to make up for all the bad shit lately. And that's not how you do it. That's a no. If that blue shell hits me, I'm gonna kill someone. Jesus. Yeah, and unfortunately now they're gonna start editing the blog to try and, like, fix it and be like, oh no, that's not what we meant. Oh, they're not even doing those new warriors anymore. Honestly, good, because those were really bad from what I read. Those were definitive, we're trying to make these as diverse as possible. And it's like, you're doing it for this, like, that's good. You want diversity in a cast, absolutely. But they were doing it to have diversity and not because they thought it made them interesting characters. I feel like, you're not going to believe me when I say this, but I feel like Bugsnax did this very well. Bugsnax had two male characters that were gay, it had two female characters that were gay, and it had a character that was non-binary. And they never waved them around as, look at what we did! Look how excellent we are for creating these characters. They didn't put them on parade, they just let them fucking exist. They just let them be characters. And that's what you gotta do. You just gotta let them be a thing, and not make a big fucking deal about it. Putting them on parade and being like, look what we did, is like the worst fucking thing you can do. Because then it just looks like the only reason you did it was to, like, win over a certain crowd, instead of... That makes it look like you're using that crowd as, like, a tool. You know what I mean? Trying to think of examples here. The bad thing is that people always think of the bad examples and they don't remember the good examples. Which is something that we as a society need to work on. Because whenever something is well done, nobody talks about it. Which is good, because you don't want to just, like, blow it up and be like, oh, look how perfect this is. But on the other hand, people really harp on it when something's done incorrectly. And a good example of that is back when Disney did the live-action Beauty and the Beast, and they were like, oh, look, we made LeFou gay. They had a press conference about it! What the fuck? No! Stop it! You don't just have a press conference about that to be like, oh yeah, he gay. Because he looks longingly at another man for 2 seconds in the movie. Just let that moment exist, motherfucker! Like, don't make it a big deal. Just let it happen, and then people can be like, oh, yeah, I see what they did there. That feels right. Instead, they were like, look at what we did. Aren't you proud of us? Comparatively, you got America Chavez in Multiverse of Madness. She's wearing a pin for, like... It's some sort of pride. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know which one it is, because I'm bad about that sort of stuff. She wears it on her jacket throughout the whole movie. Nobody makes reference to it in the movie. Nobody says, "Oh, that's a cool pin you got there. What's that for?" They don't draw attention to it in canon. They didn't hold a fucking press conference to be like, look, she's wearing a pin for pride. Aren't you proud of us? They just let it exist. I didn't even fucking notice it until after I watched the movie, and then I saw somebody on Twitter saying, "Oh yeah, look, she has this pin on her jacket through the whole movie." That's good. That means it wasn't a red flag, where it was just like, look at me. Don't forget I'm here. That's how you do it. Now, on one hand, I started thinking about this. Something that bothers me is she's from another multiverse, so it implies that they have the same issues with diversity in that universe, so that the same pin was invented there. Which is maybe hard to swallow, but still, the fact that they didn't draw attention to it's very good, is what I'm getting at here. They also have a scene with, like, her backstory. And she has two mothers. And the only other person that sees this scene is Doctor Strange. And he doesn't go, "Wow, two mothers, that's weird." He doesn't even bat an eye. He's just like, "Oh yeah, that's your parents. Okay." Like it's completely normal. That's the correct way to do it. You just let it exist. But I think a lot of people have this weird viewpoint of, like, if we have to draw attention to it so that it becomes more normal, and it's like, sure, but you can't just do it for the sake of doing it. Like those new warriors that Marvel was creating. Wasn't there, like, weren't two of them, like, twins? And I think, like, they were obviously both black, which makes sense. They'd be, as twins, they'd be the same skin color, that makes sense. But then they were, like, also both trans, and it's like, what are the chances that both of them, like, that seems like you're going a little overboard. And again, the non-binary character in Bugsnax was the sibling of one of the gay male characters. But they weren't like, oh, well, they're both non-binary. I think you can tell when studios do it just for the diversity tick. And when they think, hey, this would be a cool, like, identifier for this character to add to them. I think, anyway. At least sometimes they can cover it up pretty well, probably, but... Wondering what the graph looks like. It really looks like an EV chart. I'm not even joking. It's... Like, that's not an exaggeration. Let's actually do Cheap Cheap Beach. Yeah, like from Pokemon, where you can look in your stats and see the hexagonal chart that, like, kind of grows from the inside out to show where their EVs are. Except I think this is like 8 traits, not 6, but you get what you get what I'm going for. Safe Space is such a bad name too. That's and Snowflake's also a bad name. Those are just terrible. Like, everything about those characters were just absolutely bad. Wasn't one of the characters like a vampire and his name was like B negative or something? Wasn't that a thing? That sounds like parody, but I'm pretty sure that was real. He was like an emo vampire and his name was B negative. Like, you can't make that shit up. That sounds like something from like... You know how after the Scary Movie franchise got really big and they started trying to make like Not Another Teen Movie and Not Another Superhero? It sounds like something from Not Another Superhero Movie. Or like One Punch Man or something. It sounds like parody. And when it sounds like parody, you're doing something wrong. Unless it is in fact parody. And then, you know, keep up the good work. I don't think... I wouldn't necessarily say that weaponizing diversity as parody is a good thing, though. I will say that much. That might not be taken the best way. That's like very much a 90s thing that I don't think you could really get away with anymore. There's been a lot of really weird, like, diversity discussions on, like, Twitter happening recently. And it makes you think. And this might be something where I'm kind of stating the obvious, but it makes you think we're all just reacting to the 1%, right? Like, on both sides, the people who are, like, super, like, aggressive about it and the people who are like, dude, everyone needs to chill out. We're both reacting to the extremes. Like, I think when it comes to diversity, that most people are, like, pretty level-headed and open-minded. It's the minorities that are, like, completely insane saying shit about how they should make Magneto a black guy. Like, that's the stuff that doesn't make any fucking sense. But that was, like, one guy. And then that created, like, a huge discussion where people were, like, taking shots at each other about, like, about it being some, like, sort of diversity war. It was one dude that said it, dude. And he was an idiot. Couldn't we have just dusted ourselves off and said, well, that guy was stupid, let's not give him the attention? That guy's idiotic tweet probably had more likes than anything I'll ever tweet. And it was just some idiot saying something fucking stupid. That's kind of hard to swallow. Like, I think it's similar to that moment that Mike has talked about, where when the magic of making content was gone for him, was when he, like, shit out a video about Supersonic and it got like 1 million views, and it was just something he did really fast. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Man, Morbius, that was a movie. What do you like? Because I don't know who all, like, looks at Twitter, and honestly, if you don't, you probably shouldn't. I wouldn't recommend it, but it was so funny that Morbius was so bad that the meme was acting like it's actually the best movie ever made. Like, that was legitimately the meme, was they were like, this is the best movie ever. Except it was actually, like, one of the worst things ever made. Like, apparently it was just really bad. But for a while there, I actually thought it was really good, because everybody was like, oh yeah, this movie's, like, the best movie ever made. And then I realized that they were memeing. Like, what the fuck? What on earth, dude? What a world we live in. At least people have a sense of humor, I guess. What's your favorite meme? What, them acting like it's actually, like, the best movie? It was pretty funny. That's gotta make Marvel mad, right? They're doing their best to, like... pave the way for superhero movies everywhere. I might be, like, overstating it a little bit, but they're putting their all into making these movies the best they can be, and then Sony's just like, we're gonna make a fucking Morbius movie, like, just fucking because, and it's terrible. Because we made it just because, and nobody was actually passionate about it. And it was, like, marketed as, like, oh, it's a Marvel movie, so there were probably some people who don't pay attention to shit and actually thought it was a Marvel movie. That just makes the brand look bad. That makes the brand look worse than, like, any Marvel movie that you think is bad. You gotta admit Morbius is making it look even worse than that is. That's gotta be infuriating, and there's nothing they can do until Sony rolls over and says, okay, you can have the rights back. Which they're just not gonna do. I feel like them collaborating together to bring Spider-Man into the MCU was actually a mistake. Because if they wouldn't have done that, Sony wouldn't be seeing any movie success, and it would be easier to maybe get the rights back. But since they technically count the Spider-Man MCU movies as, like, a success, they're not gonna give it up, because they still see it as something they can make money off of. Oh, God. I just can't get anywhere with this one. Mostly because I'm just not getting good items. Yeah, they'd have to outright buy them, and I don't know if Sony would ever sell. They'd either have to do that or, like, pay an insane buyout cost. Because I'm sure Sony would sell the rights back, but it's going to be higher than they have any rights to ask. But they have all the power, is the unfortunate truth. They can basically do whatever the fuck they want. As long as they don't stop using them entirely. You haven't heard of Morbius? Really? I mean, you're not missing much, because apparently it's like one of the worst superhero movies ever made. Probably one of the worst movies ever made. He lives in a he has movie theaters full day. He doesn't live on the moon. Jesus. But yeah, it was Sony's latest attempt at making a Marvel movie without involving Marvel whatsoever. Well, then you have heard of it. You just don't know much about the movie otherwise, which I don't think you need to. Especially since it was bad. Weren't the Venom movies pretty good, though? I haven't seen them, but weren't those, like, considered to be, like, okay? Like, you gotta give Marvel credit for one thing. Like, love or hate them, you gotta give them credit for the fact that, like, what they're doing with creating such a big universe, most other movie studios can only dream of doing. Like, DC would never be able to pull this off. Now, they're not trying to be fair, but that's part of why they'll never be able to pull it off. And I think Sony's trying to just make their own and be like, nah, we're just gonna do it without you. Which is, like, not working. Aw, shit. That's my bad. I'm surprised that green shell didn't hit me, by the way. What I'm trying to say is that Sony making any movie is riding on the coattails of Marvel, let's be real. Now, to be fair, if you were to say that what Marvel is doing wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the X-Men movies and Spider-Man movies in the 90s, I'd say you're right. Like, they paved the way for what Marvel is now doing, and now Marvel's paving the way for other people. It's just not working as well for any of them. I don't like this. Yep. I feel like there's a 90% chance I'm gonna get hit by something off of that dismount. Like, when I land after that jump, I'm going to get hit by something. That last stretch of Mount Wario is agonizing, because you're just like, something's gonna hit me. Can we mention really quick? One of the advertisements in this game is for, I believe it's an energy drink called Burning DK. That is the worst branding I have ever heard of anything ever. I don't know what they were thinking on that one. Burning DK is an awful brand name. It is objectively terrible in every way. It's so bad. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I love the fake sponsors. It's just that one is really bad. Maybe I should try to record the MCU tier list this weekend. Because I want to talk about Multiverse of Madness. I just don't want to do it on stream for obvious reasons. I kind of want to talk about a lot of the Phase 4 stuff. I feel like I actually don't know a lot of people that are watching them. So I feel like I can't really talk about them a lot. That might be my opportunity to just, like, let loose and be like, here's what I think. Because I think I mentioned to two people, and I think Eno was one of them, that I think Phase 4 did get off to a pretty bad start. But I think it's improving. And a lot of that is because so much of what they're doing is, like, feels so much different. And I've realized that's because a lot of people don't like the Joss Whedon approach to the Marvel movies, where it's just, haha, funny, quips, haha, action scene, quips. And I get that. And Moon Knight in particular was not that. Moon Knight was still pretty funny, but it wasn't, like, intentionally funny. It was more of a subtle comedy. It wasn't like, oh, haha, quips. And I think that was something that made it so good. And that might have been why I didn't like Falcon and Winter Soldier very much, because that felt very formulaic Marvel. It was action sequence quips, action sequence quips. It had interesting subject matter, but it still just kind of felt like it felt like an Avengers movie. You know what I mean? And again, WandaVision was the same, where it was... I'm having a duh moment where I was going to call it situational comedy, and that's what sitcom stands for, doesn't it? It wasn't like it wasn't just quips. It was like more of, oh, they're in a funny situation. Haha, somebody offered Vision gum, but he's a robot, so it just fucks him up. Like, it was stuff like that. And That's what made it so interesting, because it was different. Mixed with all the mystery, because the entire show is, what the fuck is going on right now? Now, I think there's a time and a place for, like, the kind of action quip movie as well. But I definitely like the ones that are, like, not quite as much that. Like, Moon Knight definitely stuck out, because it was just... There's one reference to the MCU in that entire show. Like, if you could watch that show without watching any other Marvel stuff, and you would not be lost at all. And the one reference wasn't even that big of a plot point. They just mentioned Madripoor, like, really quick in passing, which is a city that was featured in Falcon and Winter Soldier. Country? City? Country. I'm not sure now. Other than that, it's not like the fucking Eternals, where you watch trailers for Eternals, and half of the trailers are, so why weren't you guys helping to fight Thanos? And who do you think's gonna take over the Avengers now that half of them are gone? It's focused on, by the way, we're in the MCU, which gave it, like, a bit of a weird feeling. Now, I wouldn't say that's what's wrong with the movie. The movie has other problems. It's just something very interesting that I've been thinking about a lot lately, due to the fact that so many Marvel things are, like, they feel so different now. And I've been trying to, like, analyze and, like, even read more on social media and be like, why do people like this? Why do people not like this? That's something that's very interesting to me, and that's why it gets so frustrating when I find someone who can't put into words why they like or dislike something. They're just like, I don't like it. Why? I feel like that's been a thing over the last, like, couple of years, where I used to know a lot of people that followed a lot of the Marvel stuff, and now they're just kind of like, I just don't really care. And it's like, why? What changed? And I found out that that's one aspect of it, is that some people are like, they're tired of the Avengers formula, where it's action scene, life or death situation, millions of people are gonna die, haha quips, action scene, haha quips, action scene, millions of people are gonna die, quips. And I get that. I understand why somebody would be like, yeah, that doesn't resonate with me as well. Especially when they do it a lot. I think that's why Moon Knight and Multiverse of Madness stuck out to people so well, because Moon Knight is a little bit more, like, almost psychological. I don't want to overstate that, though, because it's not like that. It's not like a psychological horror. It's just... It makes you think. Where you're like, wait, what's going on? It keeps you on the edge of your seat, not because somebody might die, but because you're not totally sure what's going on. Similarly, Multiverse of Madness was practically a horror movie. So it still has the quips and it still has the action, but the overall tone is a lot different. And a lot of people didn't like that, because they were expecting, haha, Joss Whedon quips, haha. It's just a very interesting thing for me to analyze over the last, like, couple months. It's a well-placed bomb. I can't be mad. Thank you for the coin that does nothing. Why did he stop? Was that a fucking flex? Like, haha, I stopped, but I still got first? Go touch grass. Like, what is wrong with you? What the hell, dude? That's so... I feel gross after just watching that. That was so pathetic. Okay, anyway. So, Moon, that's something that you should watch. I wouldn't necessarily say that, because I don't know if it would be up your alley, to be honest. That's fair, too. There's so much that, like, I was talking to another friend recently about, like, if you were to get somebody new into watching the Marvel stuff, you'd almost have to come up with, like, an abbreviated version of, like, these are the movies we have to watch. And I think we talked about this on stream. I don't remember what night it was, but I was saying about, like, you could skip Thor, because realistically they introduced Thor and Loki within the Avengers, so you could just skip those. You could probably skip Captain America, because I think they give him enough of an introduction in the Avengers, and the Cosmic Cube, which is also something that's important. You could probably just start with the Avengers. So there's like 4 movies you can skip right there. I don't know where I'd go after that, but, like, unless you're introducing somebody to the movies and they're, like, a roommate that you see every day, it's gonna be a hard time to sit down and watch every single movie and every single show. That's a lot of content. They've got to be up to, like, 27 or 28 movies by now? There's, what, 5 Disney Plus shows? Most of them are 6 episodes, so they're about 6 hours each. It's a lot of shit. I think it would be easy enough to, like, start with the Avengers, see what they think, and then if they wind up being like, oh, this is awesome, I love this, then you could be like, okay, well, let's watch the rest of it, too. But if you just want to give them a, okay, explain what's going on, give me the short version so that I can watch Infinity War, you'd probably want to start with Avengers. Fuck. And I think a lot of this, I started thinking about this because Disney was very, like, if you're going to see Multiverse of Madness, you got to watch Doctor Strange, WandaVision, What If, and No Way Home. No, you don't. You need to watch WandaVision, 100%. You have to watch that. If you don't watch that, you're probably going to be pretty confused. You can skip No Way Home. They reference it. Like, they mention, oh yeah, there was a thing with Spider-Man a couple months ago. But that's about it. You don't have to understand the events of that movie to understand Multiverse of Madness. What If? Not really. I would say What If is very... Are we disconnected? I was starting to think, this seems like a really free race. Like, no one was bothering me. And then I noticed that everyone was, like, on the track, just frozen in place. It looks like only I got disconnected. You guys are still in it fine? Well, it looks like Eno might have gotten disconnected, too. But Riley and Guy are still in there, so I'm just gonna rejoin. No problem. Anyway, what was I saying? Shit. I completely lost track of what I was saying. Oh yeah, I would say What If is completely detached from everything. I mean, clearly, if you've watched all... You shouldn't watch What If on its own, but you do not need to watch What If to understand what else is going on in the rest of the movies, like, for sure. Because they're all... It's all disconnected. Oh, I thought I saw you in here a little bit ago. Avengers, Winter Soldier, Guardians, Civil War, Doctor Strange, Black Panther. I don't even think you'd have to watch Black Panther, if I'm being honest. He's introduced well enough in Civil War, and nothing new is introduced in Black Panther that you, like, have to know about. I would probably toss Ragnarok in there. just because Ragnarok gives you a good idea of what Thor and Hulk are up to. It catches you up to, like, where they are at current day. And Loki, I guess. See, I guess the thing is that some of the movies you could just explain, though. Like, I would argue maybe you need to see well, no, because we're talking about Infinity War specifically. I'd say you need to see Ant-Man and the Wasp for Endgame. But that's just to understand why he's in this portal at the start of Endgame, and, like, why that's a thing. Come to think of it, if you don't watch the first Avenger, you're not going to understand his whole desire to, like, go back and be with Peggy. So that might be a bit of a problem. It's tough because you don't necessarily want to be pausing the movies to explain things, right? Where somebody's like, okay, what's this? I guess Dark World does... It's kind of funny that Dark World became so relevant thanks to Endgame. Yeah, I guess Peggy's there briefly in Winter Soldier, that's true. At the beginning. And Winter Soldier's, like, just good. Like, potential spoiler alert for when I do a tier list. I think Winter Soldier and Civil War are still, like, really high up there. I think they're both really good movies. I should do a tier list before more shit airs, for sure. I think I talked about this yesterday, where I was trying to decide when's a good cutoff and when should I say, okay, now's a good time to do it. At the moment, I'm all caught up. I don't think there's anything that I haven't watched. If anything, there's a couple movies I've only watched once. If I wait a month, Miss Marvel's gonna start airing, so then I'm gonna have to catch up on that. And then by the time that's done, Thor is gonna be in theaters, so I'm gonna have to catch up on that. So now's probably the most convenient time to do it. Unless I want to leave Phase 4 out until it's done, but... that doesn't really seem necessary. Yeah, and I like Captain Marvel. I enjoy it as a movie. I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for, but you don't need to watch it to understand Endgame, that's true. And a good example of that, I remember reading about this at some point, I don't remember when. Apparently, she filmed Endgame before she filmed Captain Marvel. So that's how, like, irrelevant that movie is. Again, I like the movie. But as far as, like, the overall timeline goes, it's not particularly important. If you like movies that are set in the 90s, you like Brie Larson, you like Captain Marvel, if you want to see young Nick Fury and Phil Coulson just fucking around, then, you know, watch it. It's still a good time. That one Skrull guy's really funny, too. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him in Secret Invasion. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, and you can't even watch the Spider-Man movies on Disney+, so that's another good reason to skip them. And yeah, he's introduced in Civil War, and... yeah, you get it. I don't think you really need to... and even in Infinity War, it's just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's Spider-Man. You don't really need to understand more than that, I don't think. What's Doctor Strange's powers? He's a sorcerer. He doesn't have superpowers, he's just a sorcerer. Like, he wasn't born with anything. Or he wasn't in an accident or anything like that. He's just a sorcerer. Which is really cool in Multiverse of Madness, because, like, I feel like it's so weird, first of all, to think that Multiverse of Madness is only the second Doctor Strange movie. Because I feel like we've seen so much of that character, because he's very major in Infinity War. He doesn't do a lot in Endgame, let's be real. But he is a major player in Infinity War, and he was in No Way Home. So it feels strange that no pun intended, that it's only the second Doctor Strange movie. But it's also really cool because, like, in the first movie, he doesn't get to really do anything that cool. Because he's still, like, new, right? He doesn't know a bunch of weird tricks. And now in Multiverse of Madness, he can summon, like, demon heads and shit. Like, there's all this wacky shit he's doing where it's like, whoa, the fuck did he learn how to do that? And it's just because now he's had many years of practicing sorcery off-screen that we've never really seen. He didn't even really do anything too crazy in Spider-Man, really. It's just a bunch of portals, really. And the mirror dimension. He got to flex a little bit more against Thanos in Infinity War, but aside from that, we just haven't really gotten to see, like, what can this character do. I think we've hit our quota, by the way. We've seen one too many baby parks tonight. Yeah, you don't really need second Guardians. Mantis isn't important enough to know her background. And I like Guardians too. I think it's fun enough. There's some things I don't like about it, but I'd say overall I like it. Ego is super cool. Like, I thought that was a lot of fun. My big complaint is that, like, Drax is a fucking idiot in that movie. He doesn't get to do anything cool. He's just an idiot. They Sonic Boom Knuckles to him. Where he's just there to be a punchline. I hope it's better in Guardians 3. Because he's supposed to be, like, one of the most dangerous warriors in the galaxy or something, isn't he? And he's just the butt of the joke in Guardians 2. I'll be interested to see, is Guardians 3 going to be the last one, or are they going to mix up the team? That actor said he's done after Guardians 3. He's not doing it anymore. So I'm curious to see if they're gonna, like, keep going and just have a slightly different team, or are they just gonna be done? I don't know enough about... I mean, I know there's a lot of different iterations of the Guardians, so they could easily just make it another team. That's true. Even in the first movie, we don't really get to see him do anything too crazy. So yeah, I'd like to see him do... flex a little bit more in 3, for sure. I just realized... So they just said the other day that 3 has finished filming, and that's when he said that he's done after this one. We don't know anything about 3, which is kind of interesting. I feel like that movie's been in development for forever, and we just don't know anything about it. I feel like Marvel's very tight-lipped now. I feel like in the Infinity War days, they were very, like, they told us everything. And now they're just kind of like... We only just saw the first Thor trailer, like, a couple weeks ago, and that movie comes out in, like, 2 months. Everyone remembers No Way Home. Like, that trailer was, like, the first trailer was, like, a month before the movie came out. It was kind of crazy. I feel like Infinity War was here's the first trailer, it'll be out next year. Like, they went so far in advance. And I kind of like the mystery, to be honest, because it gives people less time to speculate. Well... I hate this. It'll be fine. Whenever I'm in first, you think I'm just being disconnected. Now that's fair. If I'm in first for a certain amount of time and there's no like interference from other players, now I'm starting to be like, did I get disconnected again? Also, I'm gonna be honest. And this is another conversation we've had before. I don't understand why people dislike Chris Pratt so much. I don't get it. He seems like a pretty likable, swell dude. However, I think Peter Quill is an obnoxious son of a bitch. Like, if they were to move on and be like, the Guardians movies are just gonna be Rocket and Groot now, I'd be like, that sounds sick. Because honestly, I think his character's fucking annoying. This is way too much Baby Park. These guys are all assholes. Drax is just played as the butt of a joke anyway. Gamora's amazing, but I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with her now. Like, I love her. I love the actors and I love the character. Like, I think that one's a lot of fun. But if they got rid of Peter Quill, I don't think I'd cry about it. I'd be like, that's fine. He's kind of just an unlikable idiot sometimes. One thing they didn't talk about in Multiverse of Madness, and there probably wasn't time, I wanted to hear why Strange was like, yeah, this one where Peter Quill fucks everything up is the correct answer for Infinity War. Like, I wanted to hear some commentary on that one, where he was like, yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. It's, like, I mean, clearly he knew it was gonna happen, but I don't know. The only commentary they had on Endgame was like, or on Infinity War, was the insistence of this was the only way. Where other people are like, hey, are you sure there was no other way? And he's like, nah, there was only the one way. That was like the only thing they said about it. I also want to know if he knows that it was the fucking rat that saved the day. Did he know that was gonna be a thing? I guess nobody knows that, is kind of the thing, though. So how would he even comment on that? Anyway. I don't even think it's because he's Christian, it's because he's religious, period. And that does seem to be all it is that he's not only religious, but he likes to tweet about it. He likes to tweet that, like, oh, I just had a great prayer session or something, and people think that's fucking weird. It's like, that seems to be all there is to it. Unless it's people reflecting that Peter Quill is an unlikable person, and they're like, well, clearly he probably is too. Which is unfair. Clearly this wasn't what happened, I'm pretty sure. But I did like the meme of, after the Mario movie got delayed, I saw somebody that was like, clearly Miyamoto went and watched Sonic 2 and had horrible 90s flashbacks to the console wars. And they were like, oh, this movie needs more work. And it's like, I doubt that was it, but that's also really funny. He saw that and he was like, oh, shit. This is the most flawless interpretation of Knuckles we've seen in, like, decades, and we cast Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. We're fucked. Like, it's really funny. We made a mistake. I do think the star of that movie is going to be Jack Black as Bowser. He's going to fucking kill it, I have a feeling. I don't know if people are doubting that one, but I think he's going to just fucking slay that role. I do think they've got their work cut out for him after Sonic 2, though. Sonic 2 was fucking good. I was actually worried, because it took me, like, 4 or 5 weeks to go see it, and I kept hearing about how good it was, and I was like, dude, this is not going to live up to the hype. I'm going to see it, and I'm going to be like, eh, it's not as good as everybody was saying. It fucking lived up to the hype. It was excellent. Where'd that guy go? Did I, like, knock him off the track or something? This King Boo is probably gonna overthrow me if he has mushrooms. Which he doesn't, so never mind. As long as I don't get lightning bolted. I wanted to wait until I was firmly across the gap before I finished saying that. No, I don't think they said anything about why they delayed the movie. It was just it needs a little bit more polish, which is fair. I choose chaos. Like, it's kind of tricky. I was talking to my mom after we saw Multiverse of Madness, and I was like, you know, it was good. I liked it. It was fucking wild. It was, like, what I expected and not what I expected all in one. Like, it was a great time. But on the other hand, I still see Sonic 2 trending, like, every other day, and that makes me feel so good. Like, Multiverse of Madness was good, but when I was in the theater and Sonic 2 was starting, and, like, the Sega logo came on screen, I had fucking chills, and my eyes were watery. I was like, I can't believe this is a reality I live in. Like, this is amazing. See, I think, like, to be honest, I have to ask, what have you seen Jack Black in? Like, go watch the Kung Fu Panda movies, and then, like, tell me that you don't think he's not gonna do a good job. Because he's excellent in those movies. But if you've only ever seen him in, like, Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny, I could see why you'd be like, I don't know about this one. School of Rock, I think, is also very good. I'm trying to think of what else I've even seen him in. I don't think I've seen a lot of Jack Black movies. I think Kung Fu Panda 2 is, like, probably DreamWorks' best movie. Like, that movie's really good. Highly recommend that to anybody. Like, if you've never seen them, like, you should go watch Kung Fu Panda 2. It's really good. 3, not so much. 3 was like, you made this just to make it, didn't you? What did he have? I don't like how that Inkling cart, like, squishes as it goes by. I don't like it. It's cursed. Ew, listen to it, dude. Ugh. This is the worst ASMR. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Be Kind Rewind? I don't think I've even heard of that. What was the movie he made with John Cusack? He owns a record store. That was one of those movies that was, like, on TV, like, fucking constantly when I was in high school, so I watched it, like, multiple times. That and that other John Cusack movie where he goes to his high school reunion, but now he's a hitman. Which I also forget the name of. Gross Point Blank, is that what it's called? High Fidelity, yeah, that's it. I wonder how different High Fidelity would be, like, uncensored. Because I have to assume I was probably watching a censored version of it. Is that another Big Lebowski-style moment where, like, in high school I had only ever seen it on TV and I thought it was hysterical? It was still hysterical when I saw it uncensored, but it was, like, a very different ride. Whereas the censorship of it makes it, like, funnier in the wrong ways. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, A. No, I don't think I've ever even heard of it. Is it on, I almost hate to be that guy, but it really comes down to these days where it's like, is it on Netflix? Because if it's not, how would I watch it anyway? It's like... It is not, but there is a movie starring Jack Black called The Polka King. Which is... not a thing that I knew existed. And I don't think it's a thing I needed to know existed. Yeah, I'd probably have to, like, rent it on Amazon or something. Oh, that sounds terrible and also hilarious. Hate everything. You know what I'm disappointed by? And I guess we're still coming down from the pandemic, I guess. When I went to see Sonic 2 and Multiverse of Madness, I think most of the trailers were the same movies, and none of them looked good, except for Lightyear. They did show the trailer for Lightyear at, I think, Multiverse of Madness, and I was like, yeah, that looks good, but there just wasn't a lot that I was like, oh man, that looks interesting. Now, to be fair with Sonic 2, that's probably marketed as a kids movie, so they probably had a bunch of, like, kids movie trailers playing, which is probably why they didn't stand out to me. After I just said Lightyear looks good. But you know what I mean. I'm confident that Pixar can deliver an experience that'll be like, yeah, this is wholesome and good, and it almost made me cry. Whereas, like, that DreamWorks movie with the animal criminals that decide to be good guys or something, I don't think that one's gonna, like, give me feels. I think I can skip that one. I don't even know if it's DreamWorks, to be honest. And why are they making more Minions movies? Could they stop? They did show a trailer for another Minions movie, and I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. It's no wonder people have no faith about the Mario movie. The studio is a one-trick pony. Well, I hated that. Jerk. When did that movie come out? Because that paints a very important picture of which movies they were gonna do. Let's Cheeseland it. Can I get some Cheeseland swag, Riley? Early 2000s. So they probably hit shit like The Matrix and stuff like that, yeah? God, I really want to talk about Multiverse of Madness. There's so many neat things that go on in that movie. I think I mentioned at one point that I think it's it's one of those movies that, like, kind of changes the trajectory of the entire cinematic universe. Once you really start to think about it. And it's frustrating because the only thing people are talking about on social media are the Illuminati because cameos. Like, no one else is talking about anything else. And it's like, there's some really, like, powerful shit going on here, dude. It's only been a week, though. I can't say more than I feel like I've already perhaps said too much. I feel like Sonic I could talk about, because that's been out for, like, months at this point, hasn't it? Like 3 months or something? That one's been in theaters for a while. That's gotta be on its way out soon. We are 100% doing a Discord watch party for that once it comes out digitally. Maybe we'll do both of them. Watch the first one again, too. I was looking at chat. I mean, there's a lot of good shit in the 90s and 80s, too, so... I mean, did Matrix even come out on VHS? So... I'm sure it did. But that was, like, definitely the DVD era already. What was the last movie that really made us, like, rethink cinema? Like, do you remember the first time you saw The Matrix or saw Inception? And how, like, life-changing those felt? They were such, like, what the fuck? Like, they were just so imaginative and, like, new. What was the last movie that made us think that? And I guess that's something else that people don't really like about Marvel, because now a lot of the movies that kind of feel significant are all part of Marvel, and I guess people would prefer they are, like, standalone experiences. Which I get. Like, specifically the type of movie that kind of gets in your head and makes you, like, just go, whoa, what? I guess those are both very similar, because one is, they're both basically, like, am I dreaming right now? Is this real? I am tempted to leave because I don't trust to not get Baby Park. I'm gonna say, you guys don't leave. You know what? I'm not gonna be that much of a fucking baby. I still regret that one stream where I started rage quitting every time Baby Park came up. I did it like 3 fucking times, and I still was like... Like, I felt like I just looked stupid when I was doing it. I'll take my chance. Yeah, but, like, I think at that point I was already on DVDs. I don't think I ever owned The Matrix on VHS. But I also say that and I question... I think the first time I watched it wasn't, like, the copy I currently own. I mean, I know it wasn't the copy I currently own because I own the, like, box set that has all 3 of them and, like, the making of... Was Matrix 4 any good? Did anybody see that? I think from what I heard, it was either, like, pretty good, or if you were not interested in seeing another Matrix movie at all, then it was terrible. But I would say if you're not interested in watching it, then why'd you watch it? I'd be interested in seeing that. Which streaming... That's on a streaming service, isn't it? Is that HBO? I think I was gonna get that at one point, because there was something else on HBO that I wanted to watch. And then I saw that was also on there, and I was like, oh, I'll watch that too while I'm at it. I don't remember what the other thing was, though. Might have been Paramount. I'm gonna have to get Paramount eventually, because you know I'm gonna be in on that Knuckles series. I don't know what else is on Paramount, but, you know, it's really all I fucking need. Did anybody put together that, like, they made Sonic 2, and then after Sonic 2, they announced that they were making Sonic 3, and they were giving Knuckles his own series. They announced Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Right? They just, like, completely unironically announced Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Like, they know what they're doing. How did I miss all of those? Did I mention how good that fucking movie was? Like, it still is, like, warping my brain. Mostly because Tails and Knuckles were, like, fucking perfection. They were done so just perfectly. I don't think there was anything I could complain about. I was a little worried about Knuckles, right? I was a little worried they were gonna make him, like, a little too serious and, like, too much of a badass. But then there's that one scene where they're in the coffee shop and they're, like, spying on Sonic's texts, and Knuckles is reading them out loud, and he's just like, I don't even remember what the messages were. It's like, hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm just chilling, watching TV. Dot, 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 dot. I almost fell out of my seat laughing. I was like, this is so funny. It's so good. And in that one moment, I was like, okay, Knuckles is still an idiot. Good. Good, good. Forget what else. He had a bunch of really good lines where I was like, that's really funny. I was also worried that Tails was going to take too much of a backseat, because marketing was all Knuckles, 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 Knuckles. Not only is it Knuckles, but we got Idris Elba to play him. Like, that was all of the marketing, and I was like, damn, I hope they don't, like, short straw Tails here. But nah, he was fucking perfect, too. I did see somebody complaining that they didn't give Tails lightning, too. Like, Sonic has the blue lightning when he's, like, going real fast, and Knuckles has the red lightning when he's, like, getting mad. Clifford the Big Red Rage Monster? Is that what they called him? And Little Red Wrecking Ball? He had all sorts of really great nicknames, too. They didn't give Tails lightning, but he never, like... He has his gadgets the whole time. He never fights like himself. I don't think they show him, like, rolling into a ball in the entire movie. He even had the malfunctioning translator from Sonic Colors. It was so good. I'm sorry. It was inevitable. It was gonna happen sooner or later. That was not what I meant to do. Harder DK? That's a bad name, too. And he's not playing as DK. What's wrong with you? You had one job. And he's the same weight class as Waluigi, so I don't even want to fucking hear it when it comes to, like, meta shit. Not getting those items is very bad. I'm amazed no one hit me. If you've got harder DK, you don't want to be drinking burning DK. That's a dangerous combination. I do feel like we're just seeing the same courses over and over again tonight. We haven't been playing that long. We've seen both of these a bunch, and we've seen this one a bunch. There's like 50-some tracks in this game. What's going on? Like, it shouldn't be on repeat this severely. I bet there's a bunch we haven't even seen yet. It's a diversity tier list. Kind of. More accurately, they're effort values. They're diversity values. DV's confirmed for the new Pokemon game? For Pokemon 9? Helps you make sure your team is well-rounded in terms of diversity. Can you imagine it would be 17 different... It would be a one for every type. And then some? That would be so stupid. That wouldn't even be a chart. It would just be a circle. Alright. Once again, I think it's a good concept. Just the way they, like, almost tried to market it is really dumb. Man, does anyone even care about Overwatch? Like, I don't care even a little about Overwatch 2. I'm a little excited that they decided to put Diablo Immortal on PC. Like, we're gonna play that shit when that comes out. Like, I'm more excited about that than I am Overwatch 2. Overwatch does have really good characters, so I'll look forward to seeing new characters that they come up with, but, like, admittedly, part of it is just... I mean, for me personally, I just don't really care about competitive shooters anymore. Even Overwatch 1 didn't really satisfy me in that regard. So it's part that, and it's part that, like, there's been so many fucking Blizzard scandals now that it's, like, I'm amazed that people are still, like, latching on to these properties at all. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, yeah, we knew that Overwatch... Like, them calling it Overwatch 2 was so fucking stupid. Because it wasn't a sequel. They were just adding more characters, which was something they were already doing, and they were adding a single-player campaign, which is now being delayed anyway. And we knew from the get-go that it was gonna be it was a bullshit sequel. And that was before all the nonsense. Have you watched the trailer for the new World of Warcraft expansion? I haven't watched it yet, because I'm kind of, like, trying to force myself to really not care. I saw that they announced it, and I was like, Jesus, didn't they just have an expansion? But it is every 2 years, I guess, and when I'm not playing it, it's pretty easy to ignore it. But I'm also amazed that there's still enough people playing it for them to continue making expansions. Whenever I talk to anybody who still plays it, they just seem thoroughly unimpressed with everything that game does now. It's all about Lost Ark now, isn't it? It's a new kid on the block. Who the fuck picked Ludwig? That had to have been a mistake. I'm more interested in the fucking Warcraft mobile game than I am in the expansion or Overwatch 2. It's so sad, too, because when I got Overwatch, I played it during a free weekend. Because I didn't buy it right away, because that's when my internet was really bad. So I was like, why would I spend money on this game? And I played it on a free weekend, and I was like, this is pretty fun. And then a friend got it for me. Because it was on sale, I guess. And I was like, okay. So I played it a lot. But then I've since gotten new computers and better internet, and I've never gone back to it. I only ever played it when my internet was Garbo. You know, I'm gonna, like, not attack him, and whoever threw a red shell at me, you're getting fucking destroyed the moment you pass me, because fuck you. I don't even want first anymore, I just want that guy's world to burn. That sucks. And yeah, Volpe, the Overwatch character design is really good. That was something that always appealed to me, but then eventually I was just kind of like, meh. I'm over it. You can play as the dragon flights now? Or is it something, some other kind of dragon? That sounds like something they're doing in a last-ditch effort to bring people back. It's like, hey, you can play as dragons now. I don't think we've seen either of these tonight. No, I think we did have Dolphin Shoals once. But I don't think we saw Cloud Top at all. I should have voted for Cloud Top. Another kind. Why is it another kind of dragon? Just let us play as the fucking dragon flights. What? Why? That's so typical Blizzard to be like, nah, it's a new one. I honestly have to laugh when you say that there's some hope about this one being alright, because that's the WoW cycle, right? World of Warcraft players are just as guilty of this as Sonic fans. Like, you have the Sonic cycle of a new game is released, and we're like, oh man, I hope it's good, and then the game comes out, and it's like, oh, it sucks. But then they announce a new game, and we're like, I hope it's good. Like, World of Warcraft expansions are the same fucking thing. People are always like, maybe this one will be better, and it never is. At best, it's like, well, I like some of the things they did here, but inevitably, once you finish the storyline, there's nothing to fucking do. I mentioned recently, I don't know how much I mentioned it though, but a friend of mine recently started playing it again. And that, like, not to make it sound like I'm looking down on him or anything, because whatever, if you want to play the game, go for it. And he seems to be having fun on top of that. I'd only be criticizing if he was like, I hate this is terrible, I don't understand how they're making money doing this. Bitch, stop playing it then. But he seems to be having fun. But it's made me realize I haven't had the itch to play World of Warcraft in, like, I think it's gone. I think it's finally gone. It took way longer than I would have liked to get rid of that desire, but I think it's finally completely gone. I have no desire to continue to return to that game. And that's such a powerful feeling, if I'm being honest. Even going... Oh my god, fucking drop it. Even going back to when we were like, oh, it might be added to Game Pass, I don't think I care. Like, I don't think even that would make me say, like, oh man, I should check this out again. And I think a lot of that is because I don't have the time. I just don't have the time for that kind of game now. Between still doing artwork on commission, like, on a semi-regular basis, between streaming, rather between the art, streaming, now creating video content, and any other game that I might get addicted to for hundreds of hours, like, say, Monster Hunter Rise, I just don't have the time for a game like that. I think that was the problem with Genshin Impact, too. I really liked Genshin Impact, but I just don't have that kind of time. That has to be a game where that's your game. That's the game you play, like, every single day. And I'm like, I have enough other options vying for that position, is the sad truth. I'm not taking a chance. I'm gonna give this, because I don't want to do baby, even though I think we avoided Baby Park last time. Those other options aren't appealing enough. So I'm gonna rejoin right after you guys get this, right after you get into a match. I'm gonna be a baby about it, but we've seen Baby Park like 5 fucking times tonight, which is too fucking much. I'm to the point where I'm like, give us an Excite Bike arena. Because we've only seen that, like, once. Yeah, it's the sad reality with, like, MMOs, really. Even at their best, they all inevitably have the same endgame. Where it just becomes a farm. Like, these developers need to figure out how to turn that genre into someone needs to innovate that shit, because people always like innovate like the combat or whatever, but then the same thing happens when you hit endgame and you're like, this is just the same fucking game, it's just farming. I don't know why it beeped at me like that. And Lost Ark didn't seem bad. It was just, again, I mean, it had some problems, but it didn't seem bad. And I saw that, like, the content's coming pretty quickly, which is good. For me, it was the storytelling was ass. Like, the characters wouldn't shut the fuck up, and I just didn't care. I was like, just give me an enemy to punch. But then, even when it came to, like, abilities, there were way too many goddamn abilities in that game, and I didn't really understand what any of them did. They were all just like, it does damage. And I was like, okay, great, what's this damage? What's this ability do? It does damage. It's like, okay. Like, do I have a rotation? Like, what's going on? So eventually I just kind of picked the ones that I liked the look of, I guess? But that wasn't very compelling. Maybe that was just the class I was playing, though, to be fair. I only tried the one, like, extensively. Hey, Scarlet. I did not find it. I did not play it long enough. I almost feel like Monster Hunter is just, like, the evolution of what I liked in games like that. Because Monster Hunter is kind of, like, as far as, like, the gameplay loop goes, it's still very similar to an MMO. But it doesn't have that grind. Which turns Endgame into, I'm playing it because I want to play it, and not because I have, like, a daily quota of grinding that I need to do. Alright, it is worth pointing out, maybe, like, 4 more races? We're closing in on the 6-hour mark. I'll probably call it quits then, because it's getting kinda hot in here, because the room's all closed up. And, I'm tired. And I don't think we've seen... no, we saw SNES Rainbow Road once. I think we saw all of these at least once. I'll go for that one anyway. I did hear that, like, mid-game of Lost Ark got a lot better. Played Avengers because you like beating things up. You think you're the only one. No, I actually saw a thread on Twitter, like, the other day about exactly that, where a bunch of people tried Avengers out due to the fact that it's on Game Pass, and they were like, hey, this game's actually pretty fun. And I do think that was where the game excelled. I think the combat was fun. I don't think the grind was fun. I think grinding resources and gear was, like, definitively not fun. Grinding gear with a bunch of perks that were, like, impossible to tell which one is good and which one isn't, or how effective they are, was just a very non-satisfying experience for me. Which basically led to me playing it, like, once a week, doing all of my weeklies and the dailies for that day, and then I'd, like, move on with my life. And be like, oh, I'll be back next week. Because I just didn't care to do the end game grind. I didn't find it satisfying. It's a fun game to play, it's just, like, the systems of depth were not great. I'll be curious to see what happens to that game, because Square Enix just sold it, right? I don't remember the name of the developers, but they... Or not the developers, the people who bought the company. But they just sold Crystal Dynamics, didn't they? So Square Enix is no longer in control on that one? I'll be curious to see if that changes anything. For better or worse. I guess it could potentially change things for the worst, if depending on who picked them up. But it can't be much worse than Square Enix. I saw that, like, someone asked Square Enix to comment on their lawsuit with Yuji Naka, and they were like, we have no comment, but what we will say is that we fully recommend Balan Wonderworld as a game. And I was like, bullshit, you do. No, you don't. Shut up. Whatever. It's like the definitive trying to save face. Like, shut the fuck up. Where was your recommending it when the game fucking came out then, assholes? Yeah, that's basically what I did, Scarlet, because I didn't find the equipment to be interesting. I upgraded my equipment as it went up in power level, and then once it hit max level, I was just like, well, that's it. Unless something had a perk that I was like, well, that sounds neat, then I'd switch it. But otherwise, I was like, how do you know which of these are good? You can't even tell, you can't even feel their effects, like, most of the time. And honestly, resources basically grinded themselves, so I shouldn't say that grinding resources was a part of the game, because you got so many of them that it wasn't really ever an issue anyway. Well, yeah, they haven't, like, sold them yet, but they are going to. I'm curious what that'll do for that game. Speaking of, is fucking Elon Musk buying Twitter or not? Like, what's going on there? I heard that he was, and then I heard that he backed out, and then I heard that he decided to do it again, and now... Then I heard again that he was backing out, and... not making an offer, he is making an offer, they accepted the offer, they didn't accept the offer. Is it happening or not, and how much do we care? How good of a change is that? Yeah, and if they get better investment, it's just a matter of how strong are the designers. Like, how good are the ideas they have? Do they have some really ambitious ideas that Square Enix just wasn't willing to fund? Like, this could be great for that game. Like, this could be really, really good. Although I'm at the unfortunate... When's Jane coming out? I'm at the unfortunate crossroads of, like, I'm pretty sure I don't want to play it on PS4 again. I don't really want to play it on PC. Does PC Game Pass and Xbox Game Pass have cross-save, right? I guess I could start playing it on PC. I don't think I'd be able to play it on PC and stream it. I don't think my computer would have enough power to handle playing that game and running OBS at the same time. So I'd almost definitely have to get an Xbox Series S to play it and stream it. But I could, if it has cross-save, I could start playing it sooner rather than later. Is there a reason that went for Riley? Like, are you shitting me? This motherfucker was absolutely between... Anyway. Put the acquisition on hold because Twitter's official says only 5% of Twitter users are bots, but nobody believes that. Why would that cause him to... Oh, because he's worried too much of the user base is just bots? So he's trying to, like, look for fact in that statement before he moves forward. That makes sense. If, like, half of the user base is bots, why even buy the product? You don't really have a future there if it's just a bunch of bot accounts. Probably June or July. Also, am I going to have time to play it then? June, we're going to be in hard on Monster Hunter at that point. We're gonna be in hard on Monster Hunter. If I get Xenoblade 3, I'm gonna be in hard on that. Sonic Origins is coming out in June. I might not even have time to play it at that point. I might pass on Jane and, like, come back around for the next update, to be honest. Because I'm gonna have so much else to be doing. I mean, unless I play it all offline, or off-stream, and then I could probably just go ahead with it. I mean, streaming it would also require, you know, getting an Xbox. Yeah, I think they're going hard on, like, the movie crossover, which makes sense. Also, Natalie Portman's another one that people either seem to like or really dislike. Can I just say that that new still of her from the movie, she's looking good. Who even needs Chris Hemsworth anymore? Like, I'm joking, because he's also awesome. But she looking good. I like what I'm seeing. I don't know how I feel about the implications of, she's so powerful that Mjolnir just kind of came back together, though. Is that what we're going with? Because Mjolnir's all, like, cracked in the trailers. Is she just so powerful she willed it back into existence? I don't know if I like that. That's not great, but... Ah, fucking... See, when I went to see Multiverse of Madness, they played a trailer for Thor 4, and my mom was like, you don't want to see that, do you? And I was like, yeah. She doesn't like Natalie Portman. And I was like, she's hot, but she's hot. The funny thing is, I can't even think of a lot of things I've seen her in. Oh, God. I hope Darcy's in it, too. What a fun character that turned out to be. I didn't really think too much of her character, but then they put her in WandaVision, and I was like, yo, she fun. This is good shit. I like it. My mom also hates Angelina Jolie. It's kind of funny, I was reading something recently. I got fucking destroyed there. And I never paid attention enough to the Eternals to have noticed this. I think we're gonna back out on this race. I'll finish this thought and then we'll wrap up for the night. Apparently they really featured Angelina Jolie in the trailers for Eternals and tried to make it seem like she was like a main character. She really isn't. She's absolutely a side character. And apparently Jolie herself had to tell them, like, you need to give me less dialogue because it makes a lot more sense for this character to be introverted and I'm, like, not the main character here. And I was like, I'm pretty neutral on Angelina Jolie, but I got a little bit of respect there because I was like, that shows... She did her research, she knew the character, and was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense for her to be this much of a show stealer. And she really is, like, kind of a side. I mean, Eternals is weird because there's, like, what, 13 of them? And they're all, like, you know, it's a team/family, so I wouldn't say any of them are less important than the others, but she's definitely not one of, like, the main focuses of that movie. And I thought it was neat that it showed that, I like how much a lot of the actors really put, like, investment in on the Marvel stuff. You'll see a lot of them, like Oscar Isaac was the executive producer for Moon Knight. That shows me that he was really committed to, like, doing it well and making it what it needed to be. Now, sometimes you'll see stuff where you're like, they claim they're really into the characters, but are they really? Like, what's his name? Topher Grace was like, "Oh, I was so excited to play Venom," and it's like, yeah, but you fucked him up. So, did you look at the script and you were like, yeah, this is fine? Dear God, please kill Peter Parker. You were like, you signed off on that. You were like, this is fine. I also saw an interview with Sam Raimi in Multiverse, like in the maybe it was a red carpet thing where he basically said he fucked up on Spider-Man 3. He was like, I screwed up on that one. That was bad. And then there's also the girl that's gonna play Miss Marvel. There was an interview where she was all like, I don't think it was an interview with her. I think it was an interview with like the producer or something, and they were like, damn, she was like a big Marvel fan. She like really liked the character already. But then I was like, yeah, but then she was like, oh, you're gonna change your powers? That's cool. How much did you like the character if you were like, yeah, just change a fundamental part of the character. That's totally fine. That's a little questionable to me. Yeah, that's a pretty solid example too, Volpe. I don't know how much input Ryan Reynolds had on the original, on the X-Men Wolverines, the Origins thing. Because, like, if I recall correctly, back then, he was just looking for a paycheck. And then I think at one point he started, like, becoming a better actor and became a little bit more invested in the things he was doing. And now I'm pretty sure he's an executive producer on the Deadpool stuff. Like, he takes it very seriously. And it's just, I like to see that. It shows me that they're really taking it seriously. They're not just showing up, delivering their lines, and going home. I respect it a lot. I think, what were some other ones? I think Tom Hiddleston was executive producer on Loki. I think Scarlett Johansson was executive producer on Black Widow. So I like seeing that they're that invested. Now, for all I know, maybe it doesn't take much to be listed as an executive producer. Maybe that's relatively easy to do and doesn't mean anything, but... they just didn't take him seriously on that one. That sounds about right of that franchise, to be honest. But then, yeah, and with the Deadpool movies, they gave him a lot more control there. Which, hey, it got him in the door, right? And now he's killing it, so... it worked out, I guess. Okay. I think I don't have anything else to unlock. Sadly. It still says the me is my favorite character. What the fuck? We did play Animal Crossing several times tonight, so I'm not surprised by that. But yeah, I guess I didn't show it off tonight. I do have the gold cart in its entirety. I have the cart, the wheels, and the glider. I still have to go back and start doing... I don't think I started 200. No, I didn't even start it. I gotta do that at some point to get Gold Mario still. I don't know if I'll do that anytime soon, though. I have enough other things on my to-do list. This was fun, though. I'm thinking we're gonna play Mario Golf next week. I'm lightly considering that we might give this a break until the next DLC is announced, because I expect that's gonna be in June anyway. So we'd probably only give it a break for, like, a week? But I don't know. I'll see how I feel in 2 weeks, and if I feel like doing more of it. It's relatively easy to stream, so maybe we'll do it anyway. Kind of depends on how much other stuff gets my attention. I'm like, to put it bluntly, the multiplayer stuff could very easily be set aside if there's just other stuff that I want to get done. And that might be a thing, because now that Kirby 64 is coming, and I want to play that for sure. So yeah, I don't know. But I think we will do golf next week, because I definitely want to do some of that, too. I actually was really dragging my feet on playing it the other night to do the ranked mode to get this month's ranked rewards. But once I started playing it, I was like, dude, I want to play some fucking golf. It's another one that's just easy to jump into. You know what I mean? That's like kind of just fun. Yeah, Fire Emblem's in June, too. June's gonna be fucking packed. Sunbreak's really more closer to July. Is it late June? So I should have enough time to get through... Oh no, Fire Emblem Warriors is like mid-June. That's gonna be rough. I'm gonna have to be balancing those two. And then Sonic Origins is, I think, late June as well. Xenoblade is early June? Or is that early July? I might get that, but I won't start playing it for a while, if I had to guess. Because there's just going to be so much other shit going on. I do think I'm going to skip Mario Strikers. I think Switch Sports kind of made me realize, yeah, why would I buy Strikers? Because I'm literally only playing bowling in Switch Sports, because I just don't care about those direct competition sports. I prefer the indirect ones. And Strikers is going to be a direct one, so I'm thinking I might skip that one. Maybe if I see people play it and I'm like, oh, this looks sick, I'll change my mind. But I probably am gonna skip that. There's something coming out. There's something else coming out in June and July, isn't there? There's something else. There's a lot. It's gonna be a busy summer for sure. Oh yeah, Switch beat PS4 in sales like today. And it's now like the 4th highest selling console or something like that. So what's ahead of it still? NES, the PS2, and the Wii? Or the DS? Yeah, I think Nintendo was very smart to not focus on a Switch 2, like, for sure. Because if they would have focused on a Switch 2, no one would have been able to get one anyway. They're being very smart of just putting games on Switch and keep that selling. Because there's already so many consoles just sitting in stores waiting to be bought. Oh, it was only in the US? Man, that's why I hate relying on Twitter for news, because they overly simplify stuff like that sometimes. Okay. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go make a pizza, I think. And then decide if I want to do some more recording tonight, or if I want to do something else. I really gotta get on that Miitopia episode of the first 30. But I still haven't figured out who I want the 4th me to be. Figure it out sooner or later. So there will be a new episode of the first 30 playing tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and fucking like hype it up now as well as I can. You probably caught this earlier because I mistakenly went to the home menu like an idiot. Mini Motorways was the game that was in the Indie World presentation that I was immediately like, I fucking want this. Like, if I would have recorded a reaction to the Indie World presentation, pretty much all of it I had nothing to comment on, and then they showed 2 seconds of Mini Motorways, and I was like, I need this. I need it. So I picked it up, I recorded an episode of the first 30, and then I, over the last 2 nights, have recorded 7 episodes of a playthrough of that game. I'm having a lot of fun playing it. Since I don't have any other crit rate episodes at the moment, what it's going to be is that tomorrow's episode of the first 30 will be Mini Motorways, and then Wednesday night video premieres will be the Mini Motorways playthrough. Basically until I come up with a crit rate to do, and then I'll kind of stick it in there, and then it'll kind of be filler. I also might stream it at some point. I also might do like a stream of it and kind of include that in the playthrough. Taking a note from how Twain has done Genshin Impact, I might kind of have a playthrough be a mix of smaller episodes and bigger streams. I'm also thinking about doing that for Xenoblade 3, to make up for the fact that that game is going to just be so time-consuming. I think committing to streaming all of it, especially when we have Monster Hunter to also be playing, I'm never gonna finish it. And I'm going to do another Bravely Default where it's gonna be like 36 episodes of one game, and it's gonna be channel suicide. So I might also do that for Xenoblade 3, where we'll stream it, and I'll do some video recording of it as well, and kind of mix it together. We'll see. But anyway, so tomorrow will be first 30 of Mini Motorways, and we'll be back on Sunday with Sonic Advance 2. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do for Sonic Advance 2, if I'm being honest. You might hear that and think you seem to have it figured out pretty well yesterday, that fuck this was what you wanted to do. I'm still leaning pretty hard on that. I think what we're going to do, as much as I don't want to do it... So for context, we found out that in Sonic Advance 2, to get to the special stages, there are these 7, like, special rings hidden in each stage. You have to collect all 7 of them in one clear, not die, and finish the stage, just to get to the special stage, and then you have to finish the special stage and get the fucking Chaos Emerald. And I have to do it all with Sonic. The other characters can get the Chaos Emeralds, but they're not shared between characters. So if I want to get the true ending, I'd have to do it with Sonic. I pretty immediately said, fuck that, that sounds terrible. I'm still thinking that's what we're going to do. But tomorrow, we played through it with Sonic. We started Cream's playthrough. We did, I think, 2 or 3 acts. So Sunday, we're going to finish Cream's playthrough. We're going to play through as Tails and as Knuckles. And then any time we have left at the end of the stream, I did find that, of course, speedrunners to the rescue have complete maps of all of the areas with the rings highlighted. So I'm just going to go through with the rest of the time we have as Sonic, and we'll just at least try to get to the special stages and see what they're like. Whatever we get done, we get done. The next episode after that will just be Sonic Advance 3. We're just going to move on. I'm not going to try to master and get the true ending and everything, because honestly, that's going to be like learning to speedrun the game, and I'm not into it. I firmly believe, it might sound hypocritical, I firmly believe that speedrunning is like a personal challenge, and I don't think games should demand it of you. I think also Sonic Advance 2, if you get all the Chaos Emeralds with all the characters, you can unlock Amy. But then you have to get all 7 of the rings in one act, without dying, get to the special stage, get to the Chaos Emerald. You have to do that one act of each zone with all 4 characters. No. That's asking too much. I realized an easy way they could have fixed it was just make it that you have to get all 7 rings. Period. Not in one life. They're just like permanent collectibles you have to pick up, and then when you get all 7, it just opens up the special stage. I think that would have been just way more reasonable. I think the way they did it is such a fuck you. But anyway, we're going to do another stream of Sonic Advance 2. We'll play through with the rest of the characters. Maybe, I'd like to see at least one special stage, like with Sonic, and just be like, hey, this is what the special stage is like. Maybe I'll get there and be like, these special stages are terrible on top of that. Who knows? And then Monday, we're probably going to continue, and we'll jump into Sonic Advance 3 at that point. So what's the rest of the week going to look like? I don't know how many episodes of Sonic Advance 3 I'll do. We're going to play Mario Golf on Friday. I'd like to do a Mini Motorways stream at some point, so maybe I'll slot that in there somewhere. Kirby 64 comes out on Friday, so next week we're probably going to be focusing on that after we get Sonic Advance 3 done. And then I do want to come back and play Sonic Battle as well. Sonic Battle takes place between 2 and 3, but that game alone is probably going to be a pretty long playthrough, so I didn't want to put it between 2 and 3. I wanted to just get through the trilogy, and then we'll go play it. Is there anything else to point out? I think that's pretty much it. We should get back to Loop Hero. I did the same fucking thing with Loop Hero, where I made a little bit of progress, and then fell off. And now I haven't gotten back to it and actually fucking finished it yet. I'm cursed when it comes to that game. Anyway, we're probably also going to try and do some art streams soonish. For those that missed it, mostly Scarlet. I think you were the only one that wasn't here at the time. We did spin the wheel to figure out who the first winner was for the art montage, which was Riley, so now I have to start pestering him about about deciding on some characters. I don't know when we're going to potentially do an art stream. I will probably put them on Sundays, and I don't think it's going to be this Sunday. Let's put it that way. But I'll keep thinking about it and decide what I want to do. Sadly, I'm kind of thinking we're going to completely skip this season of Deep Rock, aren't we? Because I think by the time you're all settled, we're probably going to be looking at Monster Hunter coming out soon. I thought about just doing Deep Rock off stream, to be honest. I don't know, we'll talk about that more off stream. Decide what we want to do there. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. This was a lot of fun. We will probably come back in 2 weeks. I said there's a chance we might take a break, and there is a chance of that still, but I would like to do another one. I think by the time I'm really considering taking a break, we're going to get new DLC anyway, and then we're going to probably go pretty hard on it, so... We might even do like a DLC release weekend, where we'll just do like Friday and a Saturday to check out the DLC, depending on when it launches. Maybe. But anyway, take it easy, everybody. I will see you guys. Maybe I'll see you for the video premiere tomorrow. If not, I'll see you on Sunday. If not then either, then, you know, enjoy your weekends. And I'll see you next time.